Good morning, good afternoon. How you guys doing? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. It's a Monday, end of the week. We get the launch. How you guys doing? How excited are you guys? Let me just fix these settings. Okay, I think we're good. Let me know how the volume is. Here we are. Let's go. Different camera angle today. Let's go, man. Made it a little bit cozier for winter, for Christmas. How's everybody doing today? Welcome Twitch, welcome YouTube. We've got PMAR, JV, Sinister, and Soy Angel David. Welcome in. Monk prep. Let's go. Alright, I think we are set. Yeah, we're set. Let's go. Alexander. Welcome into YouTube, my man. How you doing? On the cruise and chilling. Let's go. PMARD. Watching on the cruise. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Wait, where's... Oh, did I reset? Yeah, I did. Okay, leveling. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's go. We're gonna do a nice little practice run all the way through. I'm not gonna stop by Act 1 or speed level or anything. I just want to test some new stuff, right? Because I'm thinking that I'm gonna go for Whirling Assault. So yeah, we'll see. Hello, Fabs. Hello, Celestina. Doing well, man. I had 3 practice runs and was grumpy, but then I had one with such good RNG that I was laughing all run. Just get to Act 2 test. I see. Rayan, welcome in. Zoopy, welcome in on Twitch as well. How ready are you guys for the new league? Are you guys actually ready, or you need a little bit more time with practicing and stuff? Do you guys know what you're going for? Awesome, we're going both wind. Yeah, I think I'm going for that new ability, the wind, Whirling Assault, new rework. I think it looks really good. Do you see the APOC description? What is that? Dad approved my days off, so I got 4-day weekend. Let's go. W Dad. Probably Poison Finder. Novan is saying. Okay, nice. No, you get back here. Alright, we dodge. Come back here. Hello, Cynicer. How you doing, Cynical? I'm positioning you guys on my right side, so whenever I'm reading chat, I can turn myself to this side and you can see the towards the camera, but it's so weird right now for me to read comments. I might potentially put it back to the left side. Oh. Chill. Oh, I'm dead. No. I turned the wrong... I turned the wrong second. What's up, Wintality? Welcome in. 20 stream streak, my man. Hello. That was like 1 second, bro. 1 second. It's all it took here. Got to head out. We'll try and check in later. Go, my man. Enjoy the cruise. Monk League start? Probably. Yeah, probably is what we're doing. So far, I'm convinced that that's what I'm going for. It's been a couple of days. I haven't changed my mind, so let's see. Oh. Oh, there it is. Got him. Yeah, the chat positioning is so weird over this side. I don't know how to fix it, so probably I'm just gonna add it here. Yeah. I think I'm gonna add it over this side. I just can't, bro. It's so weird. It is so weird. Hold up, chat. 1 second. Let me just fix up all of this so I can read all your comments, because otherwise I can't. YouTube side goes over here. Nope, wrong. Here. Good shit. Where's the third one? All right, there you go. Right, now I can read. Oh my god. Yeah, here it was wonderful having it this side because you would get to see my face in the camera, but it's just, it's too weird. So we're going to do it over this side. Yeah, I don't know what APOC description is, Devo. I don't know which one you're talking about. I'm going to read in a second. Probably you're going to explain. Yeah, hello everyone. Happy Monday. Hope you guys excited for Friday. We both be doing wind. I can steal tech from you. Hell yeah. And I'm going to steal tech from you. Elasis, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. I think I will give it a few days after launch before I pick what I play. I see. Good morning, Cynical. Once again, Wintality, welcome in. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, my man. Bringer of the Apocalypse, grant skill Apocalypse. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you. Oh, that's big. Shaman, yeah. How was your weekend? It was good, man. Yeah, it was chill. It was good. Icy, welcome in. 4 more days. Yep. 4 more days. Titan, welcome in. Let me see over YouTube side. What's up? D-Wax, Alexander, Novone, Corey, True Prodigy, Bizarre. Welcome in, guys. Hope you guys are doing good. It's happy 0.4 week. Yeah. Oh, thank you guys for the likes, the shares, the subs, and everything over on YouTube. Second, welcome in. The hype is real, Alessis. Yeah. I have no idea what I'm starting. I am in between couple, but I think I'm going to be going for a monk. I don't know if I should go Oracle or Shaman. Looks also good for minions, it seems. True. Yeah, it does. It does look good. Good morning, Dustin Brown over in YouTube. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. We did have a couple of changes within the patch notes, and I did a video, TLDR video, for all the changes. If you guys haven't seen them, go and check them out, but pretty decent changes there. All right, so what we're doing here is I'm going to go to Iron Rings. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to go for a speeder. Attack speed. Sure. Give me that. Cool. Let's get both of these rings on. Better than that. Okay, and we're going to go for a buckler here. Let me throw that out. Boom. There you go. We don't need that. What we're going to do is spear. We're going to go for whirling slash. There we go. We've got a level 2. Not bad. All right, let me see where my build is. Rapid attacks. Do I have small ones? Yeah, I do. Attack. Rapid attacks. There it is. We're going to go for whirling slash on that one. And we're going to do one more. Can innervate be? Yes, it can. Okay, good. Sure. Whatever. I don't know why we're going to need that. But let me just double check here. Oh, yeah, I know. Projectile acceleration and prolonged duration is going to be the next ones. Prolonged duration. Projectile acceleration. Number 1. There. We add these in here. We're going to keep that for Twister. We're going to keep that in case we need that. And we need one more, which I don't have. I'm going to keep it as level 3 for Frozen Locust. Decided to come over to Twitch. Welcome to Twitch, my man. Rayan with 15 stream streak. Let's go, man. Good stuff. Alright, so first thing that we're going to do is we are going to get ourselves the attack. Wyvern is going to have such horrid mapping, but I'm literally going to one-shot bosses 100 million in 0.5 through the damage reduction. 200 slams the cast since Magma Ball scales with projectiles. It also bounces and it's an attack. And slams. I see, Egg. You're freaking out? How will this not break my PC? Well, let's see. What is the league starter, Mr. Scorp? Is it LA Deadeye or LA Invoker? Actually, I'm going to try my best to do none of that, to be honest. I need to see how viable this shit is going to be, man. The new Whirling Slash ability. I think if this is as good as I think it's going to be, then it's going to be pretty quick. Hello, Shockwave. Welcome in. Let me grab this real quick. Not Whirling Slash, but Whirling Assault, I think it's called. Yeah. The new rework is what I mean. When I say new, they reworked the entirety of the thing. Like now it's insane when it comes down to its range. So I'm looking forward to that. Whirling Assault. I was thinking the same, yeah. What do you think about crossbows and nades start? I think it's going to be insanely quick. That's the big AoE skill from the video, yeah. Spooky, not necessarily. They improved this by a shit ton. So I don't know how to show you here, but if you go in the on the patch notes, you're going to see that they increase its radius by like 18 range or something like that. New camera angle, I like it. Thank you, man. Thank you. I wanted to see what your feedback is about that. Just trying new shit. I think it's more, it's cozier, looks nicer. But the problem is that if I turn this way, this is where the camera is, obviously. I wanted here to add the chat and everything, but it's not. Yeah, it's not comfortable for me. Ballerina with the hollow palm. Yeah. Wait up. Where's Twister? Give me Twister. Give me Twister. Let's add prolonged. Okay. Impurity 2 Cyclone. Maybe sword won't have it, or axes. Maybe, but I mean axes and swords are something that it's not coming anytime soon, so let's see. Spin to win, yeah. Did I miss anyone? No, I think we're good. Alright. Look at the damage, by the way. As early as level 2 or whatever I am now. Yeah, level 2. Good damage here. This is definitely not a bad start. Definitely not a bad start. Let's go for the skills. Yeah. I'm gonna go for it. Whatever. Let's just go and do that. Actually, we don't need that. We don't need that. Let's just go grow wood. Control, Alt, Del Boy. Welcome in, man. Thanks for the follow. Yo, Jason Andrews. What's up, man? Welcome to Twitch. I think they should rework mana. Like, if you run Monk, it's so mana hungry. It just seems off to me. For some reason. I understand if you're casting spells. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. To be completely honest, though, I think the opposite should happen. I think sorcerers shouldn't have a big issue with mana, whereas things like a monk or a warrior should. Because that's not your primary thing to do, you know what I mean? But I don't know how they're going to adjust it and what they're going to do with it, but they are working on it, I guess. 2, 3... Hold up. Can I add another one? Yes, I can. So wait. Focus. Is it focus? No. It's called, what is it? Locus. Huh. So it's gonna be for the quarterstaff. Yeah, it's gonna be for the quarterstaff. I need to find a quarterstaff, I guess. Do I have one? I do not have them. We can fix that. We could definitely fix that. Oh, there are a lot of options here that are pretty cheap. All right, there you go. So what we're gonna do is Whirling Slash is gonna be weapon set 1, Twister is gonna be weapon set 2, and then we're gonna grab ourselves the Frozen Locust. I'm gonna put that in there, and we're gonna do weapon set 2, and then this is gonna be there, and that's done. Twister. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Recovery instant. Good shit. This is level 4. Okay, I think we're doing fine. Let's just go back. We're doing fine. Let's go. RDG chillin' with a follow. Welcome in, man. Now we need one spear and one quarterstaff so we can be able to pull off the ice tornadoes. It's so much easier for boss fights and stuff. It's crazy. It's so overpowered. I'm trying to League Star Cold Infused Spark Sorceress this time around. Seems like it's going to be pretty strong. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, with the buffs and everything that we recently saw, it could be actually. All right, nothing over this side. Just practice this a little bit more. I have 3 League starter options. Monk, Whirling Assault, Monk, Whirling / Twister, or LA. Not sure, but I'm leaning towards Whirling Assault. Yeah. Yeah, the first one that I'm thinking about is the Monk. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the Monk at level 1. We'll see. But I definitely want to try that Whirling Assault spell and build on that. I think it's gonna be pretty good. I really hope that they don't nerf it and realize that it's too much, but we'll see. I don't think they will. I mean, they previewed it into their video, so we'll see. I'm also thinking on starting a Ranger, so I can go even quicker as a Pathfinder, though. This league is actually going to be pretty good. No more 80% on Lightning Rod. Yeah, Lightning Rod is not going to be up there, but I still guarantee that Deadeye is going to be top 3. What's up, Dark Star? Welcome in. How you doing? Hey, Tricker. Hello, hello. So I don't have to wait, yeah. Attack speed on it for now? Yeah, it's fine. No, not yet, Dark. I am leaning towards the Monk, though. But we'll see what happens. Do you think the meta reservation change on the Monk is going to be good? It's going to be very situational. It's going to be very situational, depending on the build that you go for. I mean, I see myself going for a full Comet build in the end game with the Monk, because Comet got buffed, right? And with the Invoker's new meta skill reservation thing, it's going to be so much easier and more efficient to go for Comet. Yeah, I'm dealing no damage. They're killing me. That particular abyss is a pain in the ass. It's got me multiple times over the weekend. Yeah. Yeah. I've been busy with work, but did they change Falcon dive node? Yes, they did. They reworked it, nerfed it a little bit, buffed it, whatever. They did do some changes, yeah. It was about time, to be honest. I mean, it wasn't touched for a very long time. What's up, Marcus? Welcome in. Hey man, followed your lightning arrow build 4.3, so much fun. Thanks for the knowledge. Stay awesome, man. Hey, chilling. Thank you so much for the cool words, man. I appreciate you. And I'm really glad that you had fun with that build. I had a lot of fun with it. Still my main build till this day. Spear, interesting. Yeah. We're trying to do stuff with it. as a monk, see what we could do. Oh, yeah, this abyss is pretty weird. Okay, that's done. What we testing? We're testing the NATOs to see how good of a start it is. We're testing that for now, and I'm gonna test one or two more starters to see what I'm gonna do, because I think ultimately, if I think about it, I am definitely gonna play whatever I want in 0.4, right? So if it's not the first build, it's gonna be the second. If it's not the second, it's gonna be the third. It doesn't really matter, like we did in 0.4. What I do want to do this time around is try and get to the end game as quickly as I possibly can. And I don't think this is going to be it, personally. But now, for example, I got a rare quarterstaff. Would this be a good time for me to go over to quarterstaff stuff, things? If this was live. Yeah, they killed the last Lament Lich with the changes last night. Now I'm thinking what would be the best ascendancy for Galvanic Shards. Yeah, they did. It was something, hey, I had it in my bingo book, by the way, so I am definitely taking that off in my bingo book. With Wrathpith getting even more nerfed, with Last Lament, yeah, I'm definitely taking that shit off. Definitely. Played Spark so much, I'm sick of it now. Might do Comet Chronomancer to grind this league. Yeah. Comet Chrono is going to be a thing, for sure. Are the patch notes today? Yeah. They did a couple of changes. If you type the command new or news, you're going to see the new ones that I covered, the TLDR version of it. Do you have multi-shot on Whirlwind? No. Hey Gel, how you doing? Yeah, I did try it in 0.2 whenever it came out. Not my type. Do you think we're gonna get a secret ascendancy? I don't really know. I don't know how successful Abyssal Lich was. I don't think it was successful, was it? Based, I don't know if they're gonna look at numbers and see how popular that was. What's up, Complexities? Will be a secret. Yeah, a secret temple one would be pretty cool to have, like a Val ascendancy. Hopefully they do a better one. Are we sure the Abyss Lich is gone? Not really. I am definitely not sure, no. Alright, let me see how the boss is gonna be here. We've got a really good quarterstaff. I might actually change and do stuff. Black Onyx, welcome in. Yeah, this is the thing that I'm not like... Oh, yeah. This is gonna be number one. Hey, damage is not bad. Damage is not bad, chat. Could have been worse. Yeah, damage is not bad at all. Alright, we upgrade Twisted fully. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. What do you do if you're going for a spear dedicated build and then you get this shit, man? I mean... Good morning, Obeek. How you doing? Parry was so bad when it first released, you can't even parry the regular zombies in tutorial. I got improved a lot, and I got excited again after reading the patch notes related to parry. Yeah, that's true. They improved it. You could also play with one projectile and Deadeye Ascendancy. That's true. Yep. To get any sort of decent spear damage is okay. If you don't get spear, it gets ugly fast. True. That's a message from GG if I've ever seen one, yeah. Make it a shard. Bandit, welcome in, man. Hello, hello. Keep using quarterstaff until you get spear. Yeah, but I don't have any abilities for quarterstaff. If you find leech, I see. I'm just going to DE for starters. My endgame build might be a furry wyvern. Yeah. Psychic Raider with a follow. Welcome in. There's a way to make Whirling Slash really strong. I saw it on a random stream. Dude, clear pinnacle content with it alone. Not sure what class in the build because I was just scrolling through streams. Yeah, Whirling Slash, we're going to get to it. I wanted to try and do a Whirling Slash build. Yeah, it's the one where you sweep the ground. Is that it, Sinister? Monk is adaptable? It is. How's it going? We're doing good, man. Yeah, we're doing good. We're testing some early game stuff. Yeah. Just Filio, what's up, dude? You mean Whirling Slash alone? Yeah, Whirling Slash alone. He made it really huge, like a huge vortex around him. Huh. Okay. There's a later one that I have not tested, but it does what you are thinking. I see. I don't remember their names, man. I don't remember their names. But there is one that you're sweeping the ground. It's like Storm Wave, but with wind. Moving brambles. Let me try the damage here. Yeah, definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. We're gonna throw all of these. Let's go here. Good shit. I don't think I have one of those. So let me see. Where's quarterstaff? Quarterstaff's here. Alright, whatever. That was decent. It was, yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all. Good morning, Twisted Sinner. I'll be on my PC shortly to chat with the crew. Let's go, man. Alright, we hit this one. Let's go to Clearfell. Double Whirling Slash. One small one and a big one around it. Have you played this far enough to get barrage on it yet in other tests? Yeah, on the one. Try this. Alright, let me see what that is. What is this? Alright, that's a weird ass build. Oh, I see, Cynical. I see. Alright, so let me see what we're doing. This is really good. So we're gonna replace that one with this. Okay, so this, we don't need it anymore. We're throwing that in. Projectile acceleration, let's go for Twister. This is weapon set 1, correct. Weapon set 1, correct. 2. And then 1 and 2. Yeah, that's fine. What can we do here? Freeze, we can't. Can we do Ice Bite? Ice Bite. Yes, we can. Okay. Let's use that. JSTX with a follow. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, bud. Where are the boots? Did I sell them? I did. Yeah, I'm not gonna overcook this build, right? So we're just gonna use whatever we've gotten so far, and that's that. I'm not gonna buy extra stuff. Let me just double check, make sure that we can upgrade. We've got physical damage, attack damage. Do you have a better spear? No, you don't. Do you have a better this? Yes, you do. Here and here. That was like 300 gold or whatever. It's not bad. Alright, let's go back. Oh, we need to stab them. I'm just waiting. We don't need that, we don't need that. We don't need the spear throws. I'm not gonna try anything here. Yeah, just use those. Yeah. I was like waiting. I don't know who's gonna stab the tree, man. Still need to go back, right? Yep. Is there a lag? What's happening? All right. Alright, so Grim Tango, where could it be? So based on the images that we were following, there has to be something around here. Am I wrong? So Clearfell is there. So this is wrong, okay. Bramble thingy. We found that. Alright, so it has to be up. Blaze? Nah, it's not going to be as strong as it used to be in point 2, for sure. It's still going to be viable, though, for sure. Found him. Could you get passives from all 3? I don't think so. You're gonna have a choice. And I think you're getting like 4 passive nodes. And you choose warrior or sorcerers or something like that. The only viable class for what, Blaze? Viable for what? The build that you're talking about, or? Because Amazon could be pretty good as well. Yeah, exactly. You can follow that. You can start from your side and then use that thing to go over to the other side and just keep on going, you know, which is a big deal. Instead of going all the way around. I don't know what kind of build is going to be able to thrive with that concept, but pretty sure we're going to find one. Oh. So you're not going to start Druid, bro? I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I don't have a lot of information. I might change my mind whenever the league launches just for the hype, you know? But no matter what I do, man, I need to try and go to the end game as quick as possible. Skill Gem 3. Whirling Slash No Need. Rake. Fangs of Frost. Call the Weak. Oh, I miss my Rake, dude. I just saw the Rake now and I was like excited for no reason. Tempest Bill. Staggering. You know what? I'm going to go for my main abilities that I know I'm going to play with Quarterstaff for now. Hey, thank you, Jag. Thanks for the feedback, bro. There you go. Got another one. I'm going to play Druid as my secondary character, but then we'll have more information. Yeah. That's true, Fabs. Alright, boss time. Let's try this. Boom. I wonder if Flame Wall is going to be better to make them fiery instead of frozen. Because they can kill that very easily. You know? What have you decided? Nothing yet, man. Nothing yet. I'm still between the Monk, the Pathfinder, and the Druid. That's why I'm practicing now. Trying a few things. Hey, Jag, thank you for the resub, man. 3 months in a row. Let's go. Thank you, legend. I'm going to use Guy That Dies Amazon Expo. I'll be going slower, but I'm aiming for 5-6 hours max till maps. What then? What are you going to do after that, Devo? But wait. What build are you talking about? No, what class? Sorry, I know the build. What class are you going to go with? No love for Warrior Titan? No, I'm definitely going for Warrior Titan at some point, but I need to choose one League starter. I cannot do everything. Next build, Ritualist. I see. Amazon still strongest class? I don't think Amazon was ever strongest class apart from point 2. And that's, depends. Still subjective. Morning, Brandon. How you doing? I kind of want to go Monk Wolf for League start. Yeah, I was thinking about the Wolf with the Monk and everything, but I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how much strength we're going to need, so I think I'm going to leave the experiments for later on. My main goal is to get to the end game, bro. That's my main goal first, to get like with a good build in the end game as quickly as possible. That's going to be the goal, so I don't know what we're gonna decide and how we're gonna do it, but whatever I decide, that's the objective in mind. It's not gonna be the fanciest build or the best looking build, but we'll see. This so far is not bad, but it's pretty slow. Scorp twist with them. Yeah, but not the League Starter. League Starter, we had a lot of trouble in point 3, but we managed to pull it off later on. But we were definitely not very quick with the end game, if you remember, with the Unhollow Palm Monk. We still managed to have like a record of the fastest monk within that time, if you guys remember, or one of the fastest monks or whatever. It was pretty fun, but then it was very frustrating, man. If you remember, we were dying every 2 seconds because of the Abyssals being overtuned. Sounds like a plan, Bandit. Yeah, we had something crazy within the first week and a half or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But we had like 11 attacks per second or some shit like that. It was pretty crazy. The attack speed. I don't understand this layout. I don't understand this layout. There's an abyss here, so I doubt the boss is there. Oh, here it is. What about you, Jag? The fastest I could do is 7 hours, going as fast as I can after 20 practice runs from past 2 weeks. And that's with a ranger, right? I think we have somewhere a clip. I think I have, yeah. But it was pretty fun creating that shit. But again, don't forget how frustrated I was at some point because of all the deaths and everything. Took us a while. Not the best League Starter. I've noticed that it's never the best League Starter if you go with the newest thing in the game. You know what I mean? It's never the best thing to do. Like, even though they are kind of overtuned, there's loads of unknown stuff going on. Am I gonna survive this? I don't think I can survive this. Oh shit. I just noticed my health. Damn. Scorp, do you sing? Your voice is really nice. Absolutely not, Drew. No. Mrs. Scorp does. She's the professional when it comes down to that. I just hit the pads and form rhythms. That's all I do. Definitely not sing. There's a lot of rotation for this shit. Okay, there you go. There we go. Nice gloves right here. That's all minions, but we're getting some life regen. It's not bad. Everybody have a good weekend. We got some more snow this weekend here. Hey, let's go. Twister. Yeah, it's becoming a little bit colder here for us as well. Are you excited for 0.4? I am. I am indeed, yeah. I am really excited for 0.4. Let me just figure this out because I couldn't... Are these decreased or what's happening? 22 if I do 20. Your tornado is kind of weak. It is. Yeah. I upgraded it. I don't know what else I could do. All right, let me try it here again. How do I minimize this? Make it a little bit nicer so I can be able to read chat here. I can't. Oh, there you go. This might be a little bit better, I guess. I think it's better if I have the chat over this side. You need barrage. I'm not sure what level it is. I don't know. I think it's the next one. I'm gonna go back. Try something different. Give me 1 sec. Dude, yeah. Druid. Jonathan, I have a question. What happens when I Druid? It was one of the questions, man. What happens if I Druid? What really happens if you Druid? Who knows? Oh, man. Okay. So, you know what I want to try? Just give me a second. Let me go back real quick. Well, I'm starting Deadeye, then going to Pathfinder after that. So the first ascendancy, you're going to go for a Deadeye? Is that what you're saying, Rockets? Why not immediately Pathfinder then? Okay, don't care. Alright, that. Let me see gems. Let's just experiment real quick, and then we're gonna go again in just a second. PoE community special? Yeah. Fish is special. Let's go. Alright. 2, 3. Let me see barrage. You're talking about barrage. Barrage is at level 14. So it's a little bit down the line, right? So, Oh man, I want 0.4 like now. I want to try this shit in 0.4. Where's the next one? All gems, equip gems. I don't like frozen locusts. I think it's just me, but I don't like it. I don't know. It's just easiest way to get cold on the twister. I don't like the flow, but it's temporary for my build. Yeah. Yeah, I know you're right. What about firewall? I mean, nothing can interrupt the firewall. Once you put it down there, let's just double check, yeah? Let's just double check and see if this shit is actually working. So I'm going to replace one for the other. Because if it's just getting... I mean, we care about freezing and everything, right? Not just ignites, but... say we do this. Yeah, no. Fire twisters work. Yeah, they do, but it's not the same effect, right? Yeah, it does work, but it's not the same effect. You definitely need that CC for freezing and everything. If you're looking for cold and fire, get firewall and ice bolt. No. I'm looking for the wind combos with these abilities. Okay, what I wanted to try here, not try, but see, what level do we unlock Ice Strike? Is it 14? No. Yeah, it is 14. Ice Strike is 14. Wind Blast. Oh, this is the one that I was talking about. Interesting. So level 14. So LALR is going to be nerfed as a league starter. It's still going to be better being ranged. So I guess crossbows would be the thing. You also linked me something with X-bows. Give me 1 second. Let me just double check this. So it's explosive grenades and flash grenade. That's it, basically. Let me see what this is. Are there any rejects? Yeah. Red Veil. So maybe the the best way to do this quick is going to be expose. I'm going to try this, chat. Okay? I'm going to try this. See how good it can be on the monk. Attack damage. Spells, grenades. It is an attack. This is an attack. Yeah, we're gonna be just fine. By the way, guild invites have went out. Except before we get full. Yeah, go, go, go. Not again, bow, boring. Nah, not bow. X-bow. Are you going to start with the tried and true monk? Probably. I'm leaning towards that. Either Pathfinder, this one, or Druid. But I do want a confident and good start for me. So this is what we're going to do, chat. Where are my life splits? Split. PoE2 splits. There was a lot of changes, but for some reason, X-bow wasn't touched, and some grenades were even buffed. No? Yeah. Yeah. You're right, yeah. Which I think it's why it might be the best one. Scorp, Monk, X-bows. Prep. Alright, let's try that. Do you guys see the, You don't see them. Let me activate them. Do you see it? Yeah, now you see them. Okay. Okay. Why can I not log in? Where's the new character? Alright, here's what we're gonna do, chat. You guys ready? Here it is. Boom. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Quick. Revive, my dude. Run. Good. Oh, man. Come on. Start with the quarterstaff. We'll put it in here. I'm not going to do the trick with the thingy. I'm just going to assume that I do it. Abyss is getting a tab. Yeah. Stash tab affinity is what it's getting. I'm gonna skip all that. Where's the box? Found it. Good. I don't think I'm gonna need that, but whatever. Excuse me. All right, here we go. Dodge that. He's gonna call his minions now. We dodge. A few more hits. Alright, there you go. He's dead. This was one of the best kills that I've done so far. We got a crossbow, so which means that we don't actually need to do anything here, or buy anything. Which also means that I can try and see if there's going to be a better one. Yeah? We can see if we can find like +2 projectiles or something. We got lucky. I don't think we're going to get lucky in the real league, but let's see. Let me grab that real quick. And he's gone. So what we're going to do here is wear a crossbow's explosive. Goes in. There. We get the quest from this dude. We speak to Renly again. Let me see. Crossbows. No, 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 nope. Nothing better. So we get the quest. And off we go. Come on. So next we'll go Clearfell. And we'll go into the camp. Camp. I'm not gonna fight anyone. Yeah. And right here, we get ourselves Contagion. Contagion. Good. Mudburrow, we go in here. We want to kill the boss in the abyss so we can get the 2 support gems. Oh. Bro, I couldn't move. What? What's all this? Skill speed, give me that. Let's keep going. Hopefully we find the abyss. I just need the boss at this point. Oh, checkpoint. Is the boss in here? Nope. Dude, are they doing it in 5 hours? Is that what's happening? Okay, good damage. Good damage on the bosses, by the way. With just the grenades, by the way. Grenades, Contagion. I mean, Contagion is not doing much here in single target. But the X-bow shots with grenade are not bad at all. Alright, I'm gonna wait. He's gonna go down again. Grenade, grenade. Alright, get rid of that. Okay, grenade, grenade. I'll take that. Oh shit. I mistimed them. Oh, oh. Alright, not bad, not bad, not bad. It could have been quicker, but absolutely not bad. Got a short bow, this. We grab these, and we go into crossbows. I need level 3, okay. We're good. Yeah, true. It's fine. 6 minutes, we got that out of the way. We go to Una. We sell. I'm gonna use these. I can't. Okay. We sell. I don't need that right now. I have a rejects. Let me use my rejects real quick. We've got a bow here. Quiver. No. Nothing. Okay, did we get something? Yes. Give me that multi-shot. Mud Burrow is done. We still didn't kill the Abyssal, but it's fine. We're gonna get a second one. Let's just go and do the cold boss. Skip, 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 skip. All of these. Okay, good. I should have gotten level 3 here, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But these are like some mistakes that you do because you're not used to speed leveling stuff, right? But this was a decision here that I could have done better. But that's good damage right there. Sandals, great club. We skip all of those. We got level 3, which means we get 1, 2, 3. Crossbows. Grenade. Yeah, nothing else. Grenades. Good. Off we go. I don't think it's gonna be this side, but I'm gonna give it a try. Nope, not this side. There we go. Okay, hit them with a little bit of multi. Good. Let them spread. Some passive XP here. There we go. Let's see what we can find first. Oh, I can't move. I'm dead here. Yep. This is so annoying. Getting stuck in between. Ben Live 83. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. Got this one. I'm gonna grab these. Whoa. What was that? Ambush? What is that? The hell of ability was that? She almost one-shotted me from the back. No, I didn't, Crispy. Alright, that's done. Let's go over here. And Contagion doesn't need anything. This one needs Elemental. Elemental. Armament. Done. Boom. Good shit. I need defense. Okay. I need to do this as well. We're gonna get ourselves a flash grenade in just a second. Okay, got him. Pretty bad options here. Alright, we're done. We can actually skip everything else. We got the hooded one, we got the checkpoint. Now we need the red veil and grim tangle. Whatever comes first is fine. This is the bramble, no. Since that's the bramble and that's the hooded one, then grim tangle should be somewhere around here. Hopefully it's not up there. Oh wait, this could be red veil. No. Nope. This is useless space. So red veil might be over on the right side then. If red veil is on the bottom right, then grim tangle is probably up here. Where's the dragon? He's chilling at the back, yeah. Oh. Alright, got the Grim Tangle. Which means we can go back here. And hope the red veil is this side. Nope. Found it. Ah, that was too late, but it's fine. Yeah, Ganesh, we're trying to see how fast we can go with the expos. I think the expos are going to be the quickest that we can manage to go with this monk. Until later on. Alright, we start here. Where are we at? So one is here. It has to be like a diamond shape, almost. But I always seem to have a hard time finding these. I'm stuck. Almost died here. Got him. Tag damage. Nope. Got the second one. We need the third and the last one. I don't think it's gonna be this side up. This is a dead end. Please don't get stuck. I need to contagion them. Okay, nice. We'll go to level. Do I have any? No, I don't. Alright, Abyssal over here. This is gonna be a dead end, of course. So I'm gonna go all the way over this side. I really hope that it's here and it's not up there. Because I'm gonna waste my time now. Something dropped. Shit. Yep, shit. It's fine, I'm gonna use the checkpoint. Can you share your Spotify? Yeah, whenever I pause the timer, remind me, please, bro. Wrong way. Shit. If I went there from the beginning, I would have finished this map the quickest that I've ever done. Dodge that. Okay. Contagion. Where's Contagion? What's the time? 16:38. Not bad. 16:38. Not bad. 17:30 we'll be finishing with the hooded guy, I guess. Move away. They're blocking him. Grenade. Yes. Grenade killed. Kind of need to kill these guys to loot. We get that. Don't care about. Nope. I need that. No. I need to go back here so I can speak with Una first. And hooded one right there. Speak with Una. We create a portal. Speak with her again. Now we go back to the encampment. We speak with Renly. But before we speak with Renly, we need to identify everything. Quick. Flash. Here. Identify. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. We need that. We need that. We need this. And nothing else. So we're going to sell 1, 2, 3. I'm going to sell that. Don't care. Yes, yes. Sell, sell, sell. Equipped. This is for level 6. We're currently level 5. So we keep it there. Everything else, we use it to enhance our gear. Nothing else. Okay. That was shit. No, no, no. I need that. Give me that shit back. Yep, we got the reward from the Abyssal, and we use the well. Go back. Seal. Seal. And seal. So this, so I can plan ahead. Multi-shot is needed for flash. Give me that. We're going to keep that in there. I'm going to use attack damage right there. Chop, chop, Una. Okay. Then Grim Tangle. I didn't get the checkpoint. Wow. How? Anyway. Every layout memorized. Not really, but I try. Where is she? Oh, I need to go back. That's right. So I think I may go for Pathfinder for League Start and Druid for second. I kind of want to wait to see what those smarter than me find out about the Druid before I dive in. Fair enough, man. Fair enough, table. Yeah. I think we're good. Grim Tangle. Una's going to be right here. Good. We speak to her. Speak to her again. Respawn to checkpoint is going to stop her from singing. For the stun threshold and physical thorns build. What do you mean? You're going to do a stun threshold physical thorns build? Is that what you're doing? Okay, we'll move, we move. I don't need to kill anything here. I'm going to try and avoid them, but I don't think... Yeah, that's a dead eye. Dead end. Shit. I can't pass. We're still level 5. So we can get another level here, I guess. Alright. No, I'm stunned. I hate whenever this happens. And it looks like it's only wolves that are doing it. Only wolves are quick enough to surround you like this. Okay. Is this boss? It is the boss. Okay, whatever. Let's kill the boss. Because a League Start, we're gonna kill all the bosses anyway, right? Alright, don't teleport, my man. Do not teleport. Stay there. And he's gone just before my grenade went off. I had more damage before, which is fine. Ouch. I forgot about that. Where are you? Good shit. So we get another one here. We get that. We go for crossbows. And this needs strength. Perfect. Physical damage, crit damage, yada yada yada. Nope. Where's the exit? Want to get the fresh experience of the druid just because it's first fresh league? Yeah, I see. RW Card, welcome in. Welcome in, man. Thanks for the follow, bud. Explode on impact? True. True. What are the end game changes? Are the map juicing is removed and is now table juice? Density. There's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of them. I've got a TLDR video if you want to go and check it out. There's map density. There's performance fixes. There's the objectives of the checkpoint. There's a lot of them. I cannot think at the moment, but there's a few. It's not what we wanted, like a whole revamp or anything, but so many skills with damage next business day. True. True. Is the end game more of the same? Yeah, apart from getting a brand new mechanic that you do completely different from map juicing. They fix the tediousness of the map juicing. They remove the fog. There are some decent changes, but it's not a revamp, obviously. It's not a revamp. We're not getting a new endgame. We established that. I hate when they block me. I hate it, bro. Where am I gonna find strength now? Look at that damn damage. Maybe it's my fault for not checking the vendors. I don't understand what's happening now. The scale, the monster scale is ridiculous compared to my gear. 8 strength. What do you want me to do? How am I gonna find 8 strength? Okay, I'm gonna purchase it, but then what? What? I need 1 strength, bro. That's one way, yeah, I guess. I wasted so much time, though. So much easier with flash grenade, by the way. So much better. One of my main goals this league is to focus on fewer builds. As someone who doesn't have a ton of time with work, family, and other random obligation, I want to push only a couple builds this far, 95 to 100. That's a good goal, bro. Yeah, for sure. That's what you gotta do, definitely. If you deem your playtime on the casual end, then you need to try and focus on fewer builds, so you can try and get as much as you can until you get bored, at least. Got her. Campaign speed running a thing? Yeah, I guess it is, man. Yeah, sometimes I have that habit as well. That's for level 10. This doesn't really matter. This helps. And that doesn't really matter for now. Okay, we got the first one. Go and find Draven. We're already late, 30 minutes. We didn't even do Laklan. Oh, found it. That was pretty quick. When is 0.4 release? Friday. This week. Love your stuff, bro. I need to do one of these speed runs. Yeah, you can practice for sure. You can practice, but don't compare with anybody else. Compare it with your own records, right? So go do a practice, finish Act 1, and see how much time it's going to take you. And if you think that it's good, keep going. Keep recording your timer as well. If you think it's bad, go again and try and shave off a couple of minutes, right? That's the best way to go about it. Checkpoint. Yes, let's go. Move away from that. Contagion him for no reason. I can face tank that. Flash grenade on cooldown. Bro, I'm dodging everything here. This is a pretty good Alright, got him. Quick, die Draven. Thank you. Yeah, we're pretty lucky with the map. We might have shaved off a few extra minutes there from the time waste that we did before. Where are we? No. Wrong one. Come on. Alright, here we go. Laklan. Ouch. Nice, we stunned him right on time. Alright, Laklan is dead. Let's go. That was not bad. 34 minutes. Come on. Level 3. Can we get... What can we get? Contagion up to level 3? Or do we got the Frost Bomb? Or... What do we get with this? Bomb. Yeah, Frost Bomb. Okay, we can do that, I guess. That's fine. We don't need anything else. No, no, no. This looks good. Alright, let's go. Something about not picking up his quest drop that speedrunners do. Not sure why. Yeah, I don't know that. I have no idea. And this is a dead end. Okay, boss fight again. Good stuff. There's nothing else here. Yeah, better with the damage. Oh. Do you ever suffer slight burnout syndrome of this game? I don't know how you do it. Sometimes I do, and I try and change up the challenges or whatever, which is why I played hardcore SSF. After 2 months of playing the game, I slightly felt bored, so I said, okay, I'm gonna try hardcore, and I had a lot of fun for a month. And by the time I finished with hardcore, I actually missed the proper game, so I came back to it. Oh. Alright, got him. We need a portal real quick. We're gonna drop this. We're gonna grab this, and we're gonna get back the chest, and we're gonna go in. It's fun watching you for sure, but I'm just asking. Oh yeah, of course. Ah, okay, you're a human. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Finn, what do you want? Nothing. Okay, good. Una is gonna revive this dude. And I'm gonna need the hooded one. So we're gonna go skill speed. Into, I guess, strength. We might need more strength. So that's that. And we speak with this guy. Don't care, don't care. Good gear. Good gear, good gear. Okay. Off we go. I'm gonna try and see if this crossbow is gonna be better. I doubt it, but... Alright, boss has been killed. Let's get some levels here. Some XP. Okay, better than nothing. I'm not gonna do the rare. Found Freythorn. You always look like you're enjoying it, but this game takes a toll. For sure, man, yeah. Yeah, definitely. It definitely does. As I said, whenever I get burned out, I change things up a little bit. Alright, good. Let's keep going. Dead end. I mean, now it's... I am kind of bored, but what's keeping it alive is that knowing that Friday there's a new shit that's coming out, you know what I mean? So we're preparing for that, which makes it a nice challenge. Why can I not move? It's one guy, and I cannot get past him. Why? I forget about it then. Bad way. I'm stunned. Alright, we gotta kill all of these anyway. So let me see where it is. All of them are this side, huh? There better be back to back though. I can't move again. Wait, didn't they fix this shit, bro? Where you could actually dodge roll through the enemies? I thought they fixed that. I found one. Alright, 1 out of 3. I think there's one at the very top here. I saw something. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Bro, stop shouting. Shit. Dead end again. Tells you the directions. Yeah, I found it first. I saw the directions, but it just tells me that it's this side. Like if it's a little bit further up north or whatever, you could still miss them. It's not like it teleports you to the ones. That would have been cool. Just get good. True. Exactly. Roll got a buff. Yeah. True. Okay. That's 2 out of 3. Hey, War Bro. What's up, man? Welcome in. Welcome in, man. How was your stream? Oh, found it. Alright, quick. Whoa. Ouch. Oh shit, there's a rare? I'm just gonna kill the ritual guys. Oh, there it is. Okay. Got the armor. Let me get out of here. Wait, isn't there a checkpoint here? What did I do? Where's the checkpoint? Oh, there. They buffed the chicken? They did. They did buff the chocobo, as we call it. Here. This should be it. Yep. This is attack damage. I think that's gonna be fine. Yeah, that's gonna be fine for now. Let's keep going. Yeah, on paper, they nerfed it, but they indirectly buffed it by nerfing other shit. Does that make sense? Alright, boss here. Really, brother? I need better gear. Okay, mark that. Flashes up. More grenades, more grenades. Frost bomb, we'll move away from that. Auto, auto, auto. Flashy. He's doing the big attack. I cannot... Oh, he's stunned. Go, 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 go. Contagion. Move a bit back. Alright, he debuffed me. We need to stand still. Now I can move. Got him. There you go, there you go, there you go. Okay, good shit. This. We will use that to do... Wind Dancer. 21 decks. We can't even use that. What's up, Hori? How you doing, man? Energy, evasion. This is intelligence. Life, mana. No, I guess. Okay. Doesn't really matter. Excited for new league? Yep, nice. In competition with Glitch, they aim paycheck. Nice, man. Good luck. Sounds fun. Alright. We're done with this. Let's just go and find the exit, actually. Yeah, it's gonna actually be pretty exciting to see the plants and the vines and all that. Dracarys. It will definitely be excited to see. Alright, got him. Slaps your enemies. We need to test it though. We need to try everything. We need to test it. We don't know much, man. So I'm excited to see what's coming. Let's use that there. Vegan druid looks nice. I don't know. I'll see. My plans? I don't really have any plans, bro. I'm just gonna play either Pathfinder, Monk, or Druid. Try and get to the end game as fast as I can, and that's it. No crazy plans. I'm not gonna compete against anyone. I'm gonna take my time, but try and do it as quick as I can. And that's it, man. No crazy plans. We're all competing versus you, even if you're not competing back. Yeah, that's fine, man. I'm aiming for 95 on day 2 or 3. That's a good goal. Yeah, that's good. I don't know about 94 to 95 leveling. I mean, that's gonna require A lot of grind and or decent gear. But that's a really good goal. Day 2 or 3 is the day of the release included in those days. Yes? Okay. Whoops. Brent. Yo, yo, yo. 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, man. 82 subs in total. What a legend. Thank you, Brent. A lot of budget test end of league, so unless something completely broken new comes out, I got a good plan for all content by day 2. Nice, man. Like you always do. Good shit, dude. Nice. Point 4, another Lightning League? Probably. I don't see a lot of the builds changing dramatically, to be honest. But I don't think... I don't know... Not I don't think. I don't know if it's gonna be a Lightning League, but I do see a top 3 for sure. What are you playing, Brent? What are you going for? Do you have a different build of what you're starting or what you're planning to end with, or... You're too much of a solo player, shutting down my advances. Yeah, bro, I've always been like that. I'm not gonna change now. Playing with other people that have, I don't know, goals and stuff just stresses me out and I'm not having fun. I tried it in the past, didn't work, not gonna try it again. I prefer doing stuff in my own time and my own way, I guess. But yeah, we're all gonna have fun. I'm not gonna stop you from having fun. There's a nice little... Whoop. Okay, got him. Ready to full degen 12 to 17, says White Monster. Now I just got to decide what to play. So torn between Expo and Druid. Yeah. Both of them have good potential, right? I'm very I'm in a similar boat as you, man. Yeah, I know what you mean, Hori. I know. Well, we can find different ways, I guess. Which is the fastest clear during practice, Act 1 thus far, and with what build? 1 hour and 6 minutes was the fastest one. If it's needed, Hori, for sure, yeah. But I cannot predict it from now. I don't know what kind of, what I'm going to be doing this whole league and how things are going to be. I don't have any ideas at the moment, but yeah, if it happens, for sure. Alright, I don't have the decks for this, so I'm going to need to... Yeah, this is a little bit better. So I need decks. I need levels for this. Yo, John Wick, how you doing? Welcome back, Corey. Welcome back. How you doing, John? Alright, got Wind Dance. That's solved. Alright, I need to pause. How do I pause this shit again? I don't remember. Nope, that's wrong. How do I pause that? Was it 8? Yes, it was 8. Okay. I'm pausing. Give me a second, chat. Hex Blast Curse build. I think somebody said something about that it might be a really good potential. I really want to try the Ice Chrono, to be honest, at some point. Good, my bro, and you? Waiting for Friday? Yeah, me too, man, me too. Didn't need to take away my ants, though. They were so much fun, I thought. True, ants were pretty fun. I wish that they didn't take them away, just nerf them and put more OP stuff in there. Probably some form of a Pathfinder that will be what I stick with. Yeah. Pathfinder is definitely in my top 3 that I want to play. Definitely. Hey, Biochemistro, welcome in. Spotify? Bro, this Spotify is this one right here. This is the list. Let me see if I can share. Can you find that? Or is it easier for me to share? Copy link to playlist. Okay. Done, brother. I send it to you. Pathfinder is going to be super good early for speed, yeah. I'm between the monk, so I can try the, what was it called? The Whirling Assault, the new one. With the range, that looks pretty good. Ice Chrono was looking good when you uploaded the video. Of course, if there are no major nerfs in its ascendancy. Nah, I think it's going to be fine. Even Comet got buffed, I think. So yeah, we'll see. Guys, be right back. I need the restroom. Be right back. Alright, we back. We are back. Sorry about that. I wonder if the Deadeye Ranger will still be any good. It will be. Dilbert. Yeah, 100% it will be, man. They did nerf the boss damage, but I think for clearing it's gonna be super OP still. My opinion. I want to try limit stacking Elementalist with a Spellsinger wand for the remnants. You can move with Life, Firestorm, and Lightning Storm. The limit can go towards 4 or 5 Orb of Storms. Yeah. Did they already migrate the league? I think they will today, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody called it out. I think it's still... Oh, 3-4 hours away. Okay. Chayula changes also seem strong. AF? Do you really think it's strong AF? I still don't think that it's gonna be enough to get it to where it has to be. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, okay. So give me 1 second. What were we doing? This is for level 14, so that's a level 5. So that gets me Ice Strike at level 14, which means that we could do Act 1 with Crossbow. Alright, yeah. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. 1 hour on the dot. I don't think we could do this in 8 minutes, but it's gonna be better than the previous one, I think. Both are S+, but I want the Vegan Druid. Are we calling it that now, Dracarys? Vegan Druid? Vegan Druid. Oh, Frantic, you asked me about my quickest time. It was 1 hour and 6 or 8 minutes. I don't recall, bro. But you also asked me with what, and it was with an ED Contagion build. Which I still think it's going to be super strong leveling up, and it's going to be a really, really good starting contender. But I think indirectly they kind of... Tell me your opinion. I think they kind of nerfed ED Contagion for endgame. Especially like super endgame, right? With the lowering the density of the map. Don't you think that they nerfed it with that? It's Farmer Druid, yeah. Yeah, not Vegan Druid. Farmer Druid, sure. Somebody said you can click on that. It's a lot more dangerous to click on that in the... Ugh. Why is this a thing? Damn, we survived. There's so much tech to supercharge that build. I don't doubt it. But don't you think it's slightly nerfed? Or let me rephrase. Don't you think that the more casual or average players are gonna find it nerfed if they don't know like super multi-tech stuff? Like yeah, don't compare yourself to the average player. I'm strictly speaking from the perspective of it was really good and it was really cool because you can literally just destroy everything by melting everything, and it would look good because there's so much density in the maps and you literally just melt everything in a couple of seconds. Now the density is going to be down, which means that the monster packs are going to be disconnected, which might actually mean that it's going to be a little bit weird. It's good for campaign and that's it. Okay, yeah. Unless you go deep. Exactly my point. Yeah. Yeah. My point. I would say it's stronger because it's less density. How? Wait, how, Celestina? Let me not forget that there's a timer here. Oh. Well. Still lucky I didn't die there. Level 11 is not good here. Yeah, exactly, Captain. Exactly my point, yeah. I'm not saying it's gonna be unplayable. I'm just saying that it got indirectly nerfed because of that change. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you think that you could do extra stuff on it now with the new density to make it be better, that simply means that you're adding more things that in 0.3 you wouldn't need to do because the density was working in your favor, which also means that I'm right, that due to the density changes it got nerfed. So now you need to do extra shit in order for you to get it to work as intended or better. That was my point. See ya, Hori. See ya, brother. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I know we're joking and everything, but it is kind of not what we wanted to see there. I mean, I know it was super overpowered. It was a very fun and OP build, but I would love to see a little bit of diversity when it comes down to the elements, you know? And that also includes chaos. Perks for most, yeah, perks, yeah, more defensive perks, yeah. Stairs, I don't think I can get a second level. Probably I can. Third, I don't think so. Yo, Kainza! Welcome in, brother. How you doing? See ya, Twisted. See ya, brother. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. How you doing, Kainza? What are you league starting, by the way? Anybody who hasn't answered me or hasn't been here when I was asking, what are you guys league starting? Trying to survive the last 4 days of work this year. Hey, let's go. That's a hey, yo, that's a really good sentence right there, bro. That's a positive sentence. Only 4 days. It's all good. You got it. Wyvern. Let's go, Crimson. So you're starting, your league starting Druid. You're not league starting Wyvern, because I think Wyvern is going to be a while until you're going to be able to get a talisman for Wyvern. So I'm assuming it's going to be after Act 2, maybe. I don't know if I understood them right, but I think early levels it's only going to be Bear and Wolf. Maybe there are ways, but... Either Druid with a new class or Shapeshifter with other classes like Warrior Bear or something like that. How are you going to decide what you're going to do? Because that's very shapeshifty oriented, if you know what I mean. Scorp, I'm not starting with a Pathfinder, so you should not choose Pathfinder either. What? Why are you not going for Pathfinder? What are you going for? Peacock is poison. I see. Okay. Yeah, me too, Crimson. Me too, bro. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. I reckon Druid is going to be a tough leveling character. I honestly think that the shape-shifting forms are going to be baits. I don't know why I feel that. I think the best leveling Druid spec is just going to be human spellcasting. That's the feeling I'm getting. Maybe the shape-shifting stuff is just going to be like a moment that you're going to shape-shift into something for some utility. Either like massive AoE or speed or something like that. Try and read the comments, but also try to level up here. We're at 112. I agree, Scorp shaping back and forth the whole time does not seem my cup of tea. Yeah. Can we actually get a third level here? I doubt it. If I can, it would be awesome, but I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think we can. We could with this Abyss. I'm gonna give it a try. I mean, we're wasting a lot of time, but I'm not competing against anybody, so who cares? I'm competing against my timer, and we're already past that. So obviously this is not the quickest run. But if this was a league starter, I would probably farm these guys for level 14. And I would either go for Gas Grenade to make this build a little bit stronger, or I would just go for Ice Strike because I got a badass quarterstaff just now. I don't like combo. I don't like combo whenever it's forced. Pathfinder sounds so interesting, but your Deadeye Ranger build was melting bosses in about 3 seconds, provided I used all the skills and mechanics for the build during the fight. That's true, Dilbert, but if you're talking about my Lightning Arrow build, well, don't forget the Lightning Rod has been significantly nerfed. I'm not saying it's not going to be used, it will be, but the boss damage on Deadeye Lightning now is going to be definitely less. Like I said from the first day of the reveal, the boss damage has been nerfed on LA build, but that simply means that we could just add 1 or 2 more abilities in there, like an Elemental Weakness, Lightning Ball, and other shit that people are going to think about. That's going to help with that damage, for sure, for the bosses. But, yeah, Lightning Arrow is still going to be insanely good for mapping, for sure. I just looked at the Monk passive and I kind of feel like I don't want to risk it going Wolf. I know. Yeah, I know, Bandit. I don't think I'm going to go Wolf. I think Wolf Monk is going to be something I'm going to try and do at the end game, like a 3rd, 4th kind of character. But risking as a league starter, it's too much, man. It's definitely too much. It's too much. Like somebody said it. I'm definitely not going to start with something unknown. Locke said it. Definitely not going to go something untested. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit too much. Is this Witch Hunter? No, it's just Mercenary. We haven't ascended yet. Hollow Palm, Wolf Monk. Yeah, something like that is what I was thinking about. But assuming we're going to need a shit ton of strength. Will you start with Druid? It's one of my top 3 contenders. Unomf. I'm not locked in yet. Not just yet. With the huge changes on the tree, everything is untested. That's also true, but we do have, like, not everything is unknown, you know what I mean? We do know that ranged, like, X-bows and bows are going to be quicker than a lot of others. It doesn't matter what kind of changes they get. We know that it's going to be a better leveling with those. Like, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod is still going to be pretty decent. It's not going to be shit, you know what I mean? Pathfinder is going to be pretty nice. We don't know anything about Druid, though. Anyway, I'm going to try and kill the wolf. Actually, let me just go back real quick. I'm going to Exalted, because I did get 2 Exalted Orbs. I'm allowed to use 2 of them on the crossbow. Try and get something, because we didn't hit level 14. And we're going to waste time if we do. So wait, just Regal. And Exalted. Where's Iceman? He was somewhere here, Mr. Icy. I don't know what he's doing. The problem with a bear, you need more rage. Warrior cannot get 48 rage or higher. No way. Yeah. Yeah. 116, man. If I'm gonna consider this a 125 run, which is pretty late, to be completely honest, compared to the ED contagion thing that we did. But yeah, whatever. I'm going to do a lightning arrow pathfinder build and try to get to the end game fast, said Corey. Yeah. Let me think. What am I doing here? We just go and kill the boss, yeah? Yeah, there's nothing else. All right. Let's activate the timer. Let's hope we've got enough. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Everything is dodging here. And dodge far away so we don't get hit by the slap. By the slice, actually. Yeah, there it is. We stunned him pretty nicely. Another flash. Okay, I know what to practice. I think in Act 2, I want to go for Quarterstaff. For like Ice Strike and shit like that. I'm more familiar than that if I'm gonna go for the monk, I mean. So I want to test to see how quick the crossbow build is versus the bow. Considering though that it got nerfed. Move away, dodge. Okay, we don't need to do anything else here. We just need... Oh, nope, nope. Just need to wait for him to say his lines and get out of here. Am I the only one who stops playing characters at the end game? I find it more fun creating a good build. No, you're definitely not the only one. I saw a couple of people that said the same thing. I'm one of them. Not exactly what you said, but I'm an alcoholic, bro. I absolutely love playing different builds and leveling different builds and trying things. But it's not only the leveling journey that I love about it, it's just building the build, you know what I mean? Don't go, don't go. No, too early. How, bro, how, broski? What are you doing? Really? Don't howl. Shit. Excuse me, I don't have any grenades. I need to restock. Oh. Oh. Bro, what is this placement? Boss, chill. Good shit. Good shit. 1 hour and 20. It's still... Bro, it's still fast enough. It's still fine. With all the time wasting that we did and all that, I'm still okay with 120 on this. Uh-oh. Shit. He dodged my flash. Don't howl. Okay, there you go. Got him. I will need to rely on Sensei Scorpius to gild this old goat of a player here. Oh, man. Hello, Scorpius, says Dave. Welcome in. What are your plans for lunch? I'm not certain yet what I'm going to go for, but Monk, Druid, and Pathfinder are the 3 contenders. Nice angle, bro. Thank you, Funky. Thank you. Trying something a little bit different here. Yeah, last December, true. 120ish is very good. Yeah, I could do it better. The best one we did is 108. But, yeah, that's X-bows. And I'm not the best with a crossbow build. With a guide, yeah, Dilbert. I got you with that one covered for sure, bro. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, level 14, we get ourselves Ice Strike. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep going. Do you think Monk is still good? Going to be good with the nerfs? What nerfs? Which nerfs? Wind Dancer? Ghost Dance? Invoker got slightly buffed, actually. Chayula got buffed. Tempest Bell got buffed. Whirling Assault got buffed. They haven't touched anything major monk ability. I haven't seen anything. Why am I stuck here? How am I stuck here? Attack. Oh, you're talking about specifically Hollow Palm, man. So it's not Monk. You're talking about Hollow Palm. Yes, right. Well, yeah, it got nerfed, but we need to test it, bro. Because on paper, it looks like a big-ass nerf, but it might not be an actual big nerf. It might be like a slight nerf, because the scaling, they increased the scale. They fixed a lot of other stuff that could help with the scaling there with attack speed. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, base attack got buffed, exactly. That could help us with the scaling. We have some new... Actually, how is that gonna... Wait. Hold up. Imagine Hollow Palm with a Whirling Assault, the new Whirling Assault. What is gonna be the animation there? If you don't have a quarterstaff to flick. What is the animation gonna look like? Actually, that's a really good question to try. I did it this season. How does it look then? Flying fists. Yeah. Because I would love to try that shit. With thundering, crackling thunder or whatever it's called. That's going to be pretty fun to try. Try it? I will, but... Actually, I need to do it with my other monk. Animation of what? So the ability Whirling Assault, the new one, they buffed it now, right? So it has a bigger radius with Hollow Palm. You could do it now with your character? Yeah, but I need to go to the other one. Oh, here's the boss. Nice. That was pretty quick. I would like to see that. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let me just finish up with this. We're gonna go to the caravan. And I'm gonna try that to see how it looks. Okay. We did get the next level, which means... more attack damage. This means that we can actually get Ice Strike. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Alright, let's try. Helicopter punches, exactly. Looks kind of weird. Oh, wrong way. We gotta dodge this shit. Definitely do not get hit here. Okay. That's pretty rough. Yeah, it's rough because of the dudes above. Oh, I'm stunned. I was light stunned for a second there. I thought I'm not going to be able to dodge. I don't have any flask left. So I gotta kill him as I am. This, into flash, into another this. Dodge this one. Good. Dodge that. Good. Here they come. They're not allowing me to portal. Okay. We're out. Speak to Zarka. Go up here. And we pause the timer. Since the chill only really matters on stuff you can't kill, isn't it better to just kill? Oh, 100%, yeah. Sounds fun. Yeah. I'm gonna check it now. I pause the timer. We're into Act 2. Pause the timer. Let's just go. Let me just grab all of these, and we're gonna go to the one of the other 4 monks. Okay. All right. Where is it? Whirling Assault. This is the one, right? Yeah, it has to be this. Oh, that's it. That's it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So if we add stuff like... Looks like slow-mo, it does, it does. If we add stuff like rapid attack, just rapid attack should enhance this a little bit. Okay. And now it's buffed as well, so... And also I don't have decent gear. I don't have half of the gear for the hollow palm to do something. Madestro is saying, yeah, LA Pathfinder will be my go-to league starter. I'm done going against the current. GG wants to zoom, then I'm gonna zoom. Yeah, good thought, good thinking, man. Ballerina monk, yeah, exactly. We're gonna be like, yay. But I think it's quicker. What are the new stuff? Wait, hold up. But we'll try to make a doggy Pathfinder, wolves as companions. I see. It doesn't look like the one from the video. Yeah. Let me find 1 second. It doesn't look like it because the one in the video has a quarterstaff. Whirling. Can you guys see this? No, you can. All right, so whirling slash has been added into the list. Whirling assault. Baseline movement of whirling assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now has +1 second to total attack time. Now has +14 to melee strike range. This right here. So if, for example, I equip a random ass quarterstaff, just anything random, yeah, it still looks different. It still looks different than the video. So this is one of the abilities, right? But in the video, it looks a little bit different. So it sweeps like probably triple the radius that it does now. Beyblade getting buffed. Exactly, yeah. We're going to be spin to win. +14 is insane, dude. How's it going? Hey, doing good, man. You? Yeah, +14 is insane. It's like triple the radius of what we currently have. Hold up. Let's see what other wind stuff we have. Bolting impact. I don't think this is going to be pretty big. We've got wind blast, which is sweeping. This. So it's either you're going to be a ballerina or you're going to be a janitor. It's one of the two. You choose. Yep. Then what else do we have here? Wind based. Whirlwind lance. No. Wind blast. Wind slash, I guess. Slash, is that a spear? Spear, yeah. But that's not the one that they buffed. It's whirling assault, so we're correct. So the one you're using, it's supposed to be more fluid. Correct, Modestro, yeah. So this one is supposed to be more fluid and +14 on the melee strike range. Yo. I like the new setup. Hey, thank you, Happy. Welcome in, brother. I'm 100% running Monk on League Starred. Quarterstaff and Whirling Assault all the way, along with the Werewolf Invoker. Yeah, the only issue that we have with this, don't forget, is that you're going to need a level 11 gem, which is at level 41. I want to see the 0.5 new element nodes for wind. Yeah, the new, this is the cool thing, is that whenever we were discussing this on Friday, if you guys remember, we had the new passive tree that we're going to get, and we saw a couple of nodes, and we took a screenshot of the icons, and then we paired them, and we saw that we're going to get a lot of area of effect damage, which means that we're going to be able to get some clusters. There's like 2 or 3 clusters now, actually 3. I don't know if it's 4, but it's definitely 3, which we're going to be able to pair with this one. Shibi, good morning. Eventually, I will get my wish and be able to make a true avatar monk like Ang. Yeah. Yeah, so this is not bad. I'm going to try with the current monk that we're leveling. Let me just double check to see if my food's here. Food is here. Yeah, let me just bring my Pokeball, and I'm going to eat on stream for the first time, actually. So give me 1 second. I don't want to close the stream off. I want to keep on leveling. Be right back, chat. All right, we're back. Werewolf Invoker was also on my side, but the new Pathfinder passive to also be able to take points from the sword is just too good to pass for both ice damage and ES. Oh yeah, that's true. Aren't you supposed to eat your ordered food on stream, mister? It's a business expense. And if that works from where you are, not really. Thank you, Icy. It's a Pokeball, chicken Pokeball with spicy mayo. About to get Jersey Mike's. Let's go. Enjoy. How you doing, Shibby? All right, so yeah, we tested it. It looks okay-ish. Let's go back here. What was the guy that I was just leveling? Is it this? Yeah. How are you, Scorp? I'm doing okay, man. I'm super excited. I'm gonna try Ice Strike a little bit. See if that's gonna be any good. To be completely honest, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this way. But I'm not a huge fan. Oh, Wind Blast. We can actually try the Wind Blast thing if you guys want. But I'm not a huge fan of starting with one weapon and then transitioning to another weapon. I don't know why. I'm not a big fan. We can try the Wind Blast. Yeah, sure. Experimentation. Me neither? Okay, so I'm not the only one. It's also hard to do whenever you're starting a league, that's true. I find I have to do that on many builds, as many of the low-level skills are just plain terrible. That's true, at least to I would say the lowest that you can go into something really good is, I'm talking about the Monk, is Ice Strike, right? It's a level 14. Yeah, that's why I'm going Vegan Druid from the beginning. Okay, so I'm not the only one. I see. Alright, let's see. Let me see how this is gonna be. I need to figure out some support gems for this blasting, wind blasting. It's like Storm Wave. But it's too slow, bro. It's insanely slow, but look at... I mean, it's clearing them. We can do branching fissures later on, some stuff like that, but... Yeah, crossbow is so much quicker still. Where's Misty? Who's Misty? Oh, Mrs. Scorp? She's eating. With her cousin. Her cousin is here. Yeah, this deals damage every 2 business days is not something that I like. Which is why I wanted to see how quickly I can transition into Ice Strike. I mean, Ice Strike is really good. But it takes some time. And if you're speed running, you don't have time to Ice Strike. So I guess crossbow is still gonna be the fastest way to do things. At least for the beginning, I would say. I mean, can we dodge cancel? It's gonna be... Yeah, no, it's gonna be hard. Okay. So what if we do both? I mean, the damage is not bad. Who knows if it's gonna stay the same in at League launch. I mean, I haven't equipped any uniques or anything like that. It feels that we're doing a lot of damage here. We can get a few more levels. These guys are level 17. I'm 15. I think we're looking good. There's another one. Did you try the Whirling Assault? I did, yeah. I did try it on the main monk. We saw how it looks. I might actually get it with this guy whenever we get to it. The problem is that you get it, you unlock it at level 41. I don't think they fixed that or they reduced it. So we need to figure out a way to go quickly to 41 until we get that. I don't know if going for Wind Blast is going to be something that we could do, to be honest. With all of the area of effect damage that we're going to be getting with the new clusters on the tree, this could be something, right? This right here is a really prime, a good example of why lightning is so much stronger with yet another ability. So you can either go Storm Wave, Tempest Flurry, sorry, Ice Strike, or Wind Blast. Bro, Wind Blast does absolutely nothing. It just pushes them backwards. So you cannot just take this to level up. I mean, it deals damage. We're gonna try and do something with this, but it's too slow, man. I'm also eating Asian food today. Hey, let's go, man. It wasn't my choice, it was theirs. I wanted to pick up the healthiest thing that I could. You know what I mean? The reason why I compared it with lightning and whatever is because of Storm Wave. So you look at Storm Wave and what it's capable of doing, and then you look at something similar, like Wind Blast, and it literally acts like a utility, nothing else. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want anything extra to make it deal damage. I want the wind abilities to deal damage without anything else. You know what I mean? Like, how is the, like, why would I need fire damage to make this shit work? I mean, now they're gonna fix that, by the way, if you think about it. They know that it's a problem because you don't have any way of dealing damage with wind abilities without enhancing it with something else first. Which is why they're adding a cluster of the area of effect damage stuff. Oh, boss fight. Oh, she moved. Oh, she still one-shots with this, right? Oh. Whoa. Ice Strike does not give a shit, bro. I forgot I had Ice Strike on and I dashed. Ice Strike like, what? Who's gonna one-shot us, man? Just go, dude. Absolutely love this, bro. Absolutely love Ice Strike. Look at this badassness. Boom. Got her. Oh yeah, that would be a cool discovery, Celestina. To see what we can get from that. For sure. Yo, what's up, Flesh? And yeah, Flesh, welcome in. Maximum is 4? Yeah, but what happens whenever you get all 4 of your limbs replaced with the Val stuff? Oh, Alvin, thank you very much for using your Prime, brother. Resub for 13 months. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Call me Android 18. Yeah, you become T1000. I have no idea. Maybe replace them? Bionic, yeah. You transform. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, Bandit. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Wind Blast. I'm not gonna even try, bro. I could do rapid attacks in magnified area. I don't think it's gonna be that good. I honestly don't think it's gonna be that good. 50% more build up, Corey. I saw this build vid. You get all the area of effect nodes, throw whirling lance on the ground, switch to those lightning boots, then do whirling slash. What? So the build that we're talking about, somebody's speculating what it's going to look like or what they're going to go for? Yeah, but have you ever seen a build with Wind Blast? Anybody? I really want to see if this shit is viable to get us to level 41 with only this. And I don't I don't think they actually did anything to it. Right? Wind Blast. So they just added it here. Added wind type for the following. Wind Blast, Wing Blast, yeah. Is now offered. Wait, what? Wait. What? Well, GG's. Wind Blast is no longer going to be an ability. I guess. Oh, it will be a tier 3 though. Wait. So it's a tier 3. Hold up. So what level did we get it now? What level did we get it? Oh shit. Not bad. Which again, the question is, can we make a build that support us to go all the way to 41 with just wind? What ability are you gonna go 41? This one. Whirling Assault. Actually, I need to check if they lowered this shit as well. What is it? Whirling Assault. No. Add a new cursor tracking input option for keyboard and mouse users. This is particularly impactful for skills such as Rolling Slam and Whirling Assault. Good shit. Okay, so they didn't lower it. So it's still at 41. And this is going to be at level 6. Wind Blast. See ya, Celestina. Yeah, 1.3 mil, but it's an Abyssal Lich. I want to see Wonks, and apparently Chayula is doing something with it. I don't know. It doesn't look like something insane for a campaign. I don't know, man. Alright, let me just finish up my food and we're gonna keep going. Nah, I don't think it's too slow, Sinister. Yeah, I can do either or. It's fine. COD or crossbow as monk? Yeah. Well, to be completely honest, going any other weapon, it's kind of putting me off. Oh god, Ice Strike, Tempest Bell. Flash Grenade. Alright. Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think all of us are going druid, and that's it. It's gonna be pretty fun if that happens. Be like a zoo running around on the channel. Yeah, in the guild as well, yeah. Okay, anyway, I just wanted to take my mind off everything. Let's keep going. Yeah. So there's nothing really that we can practice if you think about it, right? If we're gonna go druid. I have a question. Is there a visual sign the daze or blind has worked? Yeah, they should have debuffs, but it's not as practical or efficient or good as you would think. Daze wise, there is like I call it the pre-daze, where they're prone to daze, right? And or stun actually. But yeah, it's just a debuff. You cannot really tell. I honestly see nothing appealing on either Ascendancy, and for shapeshifting on Bear Titan is better. On Wolf Pathfinder, Sork is better. Yeah. I think there's gonna be some crazy build with what do you call it? With just Spellcaster Medestro, to be honest. I was thinking Bear Druid can, in theory, cast Calamity, new, Apocalypse, new, use the new totem to cast Firestorm, and cast on Element Comet. Yeah. Haha, 30% discount. How, by the way, we are all talking about Pathfinder. But did they do something with poison stuff? Where are the patch notes? I think they did a lot of changes with the patch notes, right? Could poison be better in 0.4 rather than 0.3? So Toxic Domain, they quadrupled. No, they doubled the life regen. Toxic Gross pustules have been increased. Now fires 4 pustules instead of 8. It does look promise happy, yeah. It does look promising. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I think there might be a pretty decent poison Pathfinder build now in 0.4. I think this is going to be something. The limit of the pustules is pretty good. The regen here is pretty good. They're going to be tankier. Pathfinder's Ascendancy looks very promising as well. Contagion contamination has been removed. Obviously, we have the plague aura. 5% increased damage. You can choose that. You can go into a different ascendancy. Ascendancy path, I would say. Yeah, that could work, Lord. I see that working. But I'm really interested in the wind stuff, to be honest. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, Ice Strike is not bad, bro, but the problem is the melee, man. It's, especially League Starter, we all know what happens with melee at League Start. Look at that. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, dude. Whereas if I was just going as crossbow, it would be very different. Skill issue? Yeah, for sure. I wasn't trying not to die. But I mean, it happens. I mean, you need to be in their face to deal damage. Rather than being all the way at the back and just throwing grenades or whatever. Otherwise, if you have some time to hit them, it's pretty good. I don't know if there's going to be a Tap Stash sale. I think they intentionally don't put any Tap Stash sales on launch, but I'm not sure, no. I mean, if we calculate when is the next one, does anybody know? When is the next one right now? Nice. There's a nice little freeze. This would have been such a cool ability, by the way. If we could just use it as a main ability. Just literally sweeps everything, dude. Not bad. Knocks back everything as well. If it's being used, that is. To be honest, I think the rarity, the negativity, negative rarity is gonna get nerfed. Frozen Locust and Freezing Mark. Yeah, true. That works. That works really well, actually. We did try it. We did try it. We're just trying to see a combination of crossbows and ice strike and stuff to see how well it's gonna work. And how fast it could be. But yeah, that's a good call. I really want to make this ability work, bro. This is going to be very hard. I think as early as we get it now, it might actually work in the first couple of levels. I skip all of them here. I'm level 18. Yeah, should be fine. Kill a few up front. Yeah, this is too slow, too scary. It's either you're gonna go speed run and you're gonna start running around and skipping everything, or you're not gonna speed run. Like I don't think I can half-ass this. It's either I need to speed run the shit out of these and start skipping and doing the same thing we were doing in Act 1, or I just play the build normally and that's it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it just becomes as slow as you would play a normal build. Yeah, level 50 is the minimum to access the endgame area. Feel like it gets worse. Yeah, true. For sure. But it's gonna become also better later on, I think. Right? Because you take more. It takes more to level up, right? So if you're skipping, you're not gonna be far behind. But I think the best thing of speed leveling is to know when and how to kill stuff, so you can get the minimum of the levels that you need to get. And I'm not talking about skipping everything 10 levels under leveled, you know? But what I'm doing now is I'm not skipping. I'm like testing the damage with Ice Strike to see if it's good. And I'm still, I have the same result as I knew from before, that melee is going to be a little bit on the tough side. So it's either just going full on speed leveling build or a proper core staff build. I cannot do balance 50-50 on this. Scorpio, you're gonna watch the GG interview in about 30 minutes. Oh, is it with Try? Corey? Is the Try interview you're talking about? Yeah. Is it today? I think so. Is he live or he's gonna start in 30 minutes? Yeah, we could watch it, of course. We could watch it, definitely. Let me find it. Give me one sec. Oh, please, Scorp, let's watch it together. Sure. Good idea. It's about 0.4, yeah. It is. So are we sure it's in 30 minutes?
Hey, Exiles, welcome.
That's not live. He starts in 30 minutes, but I think the G is set for an hour and a half from now. Oh, it's in an hour and a half from now. Right. Well, we'll see then. If it's in an hour and a half from now, I don't think I'm gonna watch it with you. Oh. Nice. I thought it starts in 30 minutes. If it was starting in 30 minutes, the GG interview, then I would be fine. I'll check in a second. Let me just try and kill this dude. Nice bell, dude. How did the bell go there? Wow. All right, let me check. It's getting a good buff. I'm thinking I'm going to use it with the wolf to AoE ice damage. It's getting a buff for its, what do you call it? Its range. 12 p.m. PST, it says. Yeah, it's an hour and a half from now. Yeah, it's 12 p.m. PST. Here it is. There. Wow. Did you guys see this? The name of the new league. Oh, I'm covering it with my camera. Anyway, you can see it from here. The ass of the druid. Where's my browser? Oh. This is too slow, bro. This has literally bored me to death. I'm not even kidding. I did not like that one bit. So that was 149 to get to that point. We could definitely shave off like 20 minutes, but that was boring as hell. Super boring. Let's try something. Something I haven't tried.
Get them!
I can understand that people are sad about not having big endgame changes, but come on guys, let's give them some credit for what they actually did. Yeah, no, the changes are not bad, man. People are just disappointed because GG promised a lot of stuff and they didn't deliver. That's the only thing I believe that the reason why people are disappointed. I'm looking for a league start idea. Any good classes that would be good for maps, preferably Ranger or Sork and Witch. I think you can still go for Witch, Lich, ED Contagion for sure. Ranger is gonna be just fine. Yeah, I think the same builds are gonna be just fine, man. Can we use Bone Cage early? We could. We could, but I do want to find a build that's let me just give it a try, man. Let me just see what we have here. How do I reset this shit? There. Yeah, but we'll get them in 0.5. No, I get it. I'm also positive. But if we need to be... like strict a little bit when it comes down to things like that. You cannot promise people for 4 months that you're going to be revamping the end game. We're going to get trials, we're going to get ascendancies, we're going to get the druid, we're going to get so many things. And you don't tell people that you're struggling to create and launch all of those things until the day that they find out that those things that they've been promised for 4 months, they're not coming. What you got to do is you need to tell people in advance, hey guys, just letting you know, we tried, we couldn't manage to finish everything, we're working the best that we can. 0.5 is going to feature the end games, however, we're excited to show you what we have for 0.4. And you say that a month and a half before the reveal. You don't wait for the last second to tell everybody, oh, yeah, nothing's coming from what we told you it will. That's all I'm saying, Bandit. You know what I mean? That's why people are disappointed, bro. It's lack of communication the problem, not lack of content. I don't care about the content. I know it's gonna come eventually. Exactly. Yeah, that's the only thing. I'm not negative for the patch. I think it's going to be a good patch. I think this patch is going to be the best performance patch. So it's fine. I don't mind at all. Okay, there you go. That was pretty decent and quick. Gloves, blah, 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 whatever. Let's equip this. Let's equip this. I think Bone Cage is good for leveling. Let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. I'm going to try and go for poison builds and see what we manage to do. So projectile over here. Renly. Chat. Boom, boom, boom. We have 1 level on projectile, so we'll get this real quick. We'll go to Una. We sell this. We equip this and sell that. And we don't care about this guy. Let's just go. Any rumors if Gladiator is next? You mean Marauder? Not Gladiator. Marauder. No, there's no rumors of him being next. It might be. I don't know why I feel that my class is going to be the last one coming. The Shadow class. I feel it's going to be the last one. Get some levels here. So now, obviously, we know the Lightning Rod is getting nerfed. I still don't know if it's going to be good for leveling. It might actually. But I'm going to try shit. Why do I always do the same thing? Always die here. I'm going to try and get something poison to try the poison stuff going. What do we have? Poison Burst Arrow, Escape Shot, Lightning Rod. Poison Burst. I mean, Lightning Rod is still going to be okay-ish. It's not going to be terrible. Let's do that, and this. And I'm not going to go for... I'm not going to go for the burrow. I think Lightning Rod is going to be fine for campaigning. Yeah, exactly. I see. Exactly my point. Yeah. No need to, I felt that they were trying to compete against themselves and try and make point 4 as big as point 3 was. And they added even more pressure to themselves for no reason. Whereas it's okay to have a patch that's insanely good, that brings like a shit ton of stuff, and then the next one not as good. It makes sense. It's fine. Waypoint and checkpoint here. Let me speak to Una. Okay. Having the new mechanic besides map farming? Very true, yeah. I like that. And imagine the performance as well, man. I'm really excited to see how the performance is. Bum 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 bum. Projectile. Let's go. We need some decent items here. If I find a wisdom scroll, I need to get it. Alright, we got some XP here. Let's try and be as precise as we can. Okay, so we're gonna need to do the abyss here. So since I'm doing the abyss, that means that for efficiency, I'm gonna try and not kill anything else. So don't waste time. We need the abyss for the support gems for realistic timer. Oh, I'm stuck. Jesus. What is all of this damage, bro? Projectile. Yeah, I need projectile damage. Damn. There's too many of them. You're right. This is a tough abyss, man. It's decent XP, though. Got a skill gem as well. That's not bad. I think this is dog shit. Vine arrow. Whatever. We're gonna go for poison, as we said, so we're gonna give it a try. Oh, there's a checkpoint. Let me pause and read your comment. From all recent devs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, I see. Exactly, bro. I agree. What's the point of poison burst? I don't get it. So bad. It's a pretty awful first ability to have, bro. Like if you compare it with lightning arrow. Checkpoint here. Oh my god, are we going for it? Yeah, we are. Let's go. Oh, it doesn't allow me to click it. Hello? Nice mana regen. Let's go. For another level. We need one more. Wrong way. When used on toxic growth, I know, but that's why I said it's a very bad first ability. Because even lightning arrow is not that great. You need lightning rod for lightning arrow to do good, but I mean it's so much better than poison burst on its own. You know what I mean? Come on, please just die, dude. Look at how many he spawned. Oh, that was close. Okay. That was pretty quick, by the way. That was pretty quick. I think this is the fastest that I've done this. 12:45. Remember that we always aim for 18 on Grim Tangle, chat. 18 for Grim Tangle is usually what we aim for. Go, 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 quick, quick, quick. Just level with crossbows, way easier. I don't know if it's way easier. This is the fastest that we've done this so far. Even with crossbows. The easiest build that I've done so far, my record of 1 hour and 6 minutes, is ED Contagion, man. Alright, we got this. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna bore yourself to death with ED Contagion. I think it's opinion based, bro, because I literally just bored myself to death with the crossbow run that I just did. We did pretty good with the crossbow, but it was just dodge, 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 dodge. That's basically it. Just throw a couple of grenades here and there, and that's it. I mean, it's the same shit with all the builds, but I mean, it's a really good build. Don't get me wrong. We don't have Grim Tangle. All right, it's all down to this. I need to find it. Come on, RNG. Come on, dude. Where the hell is Grim Tangle? I don't think it's up. It has to be somewhere down. This is a Brimble. Shit. If this is Brimble, it has to be... Could it be further down? Has to be this side. Yes! Let's go. Come on, loading screen. Hey, dude. We usually come here at 18. We're here at 16:30. Not bad. I'm gonna get some more levels here. Hey, DH, what's up, my man? Hello, hello. I'm gonna grab this because we didn't kill the witch. And working. Yeah, let's go, man. Nice to have you here, dude. Have you decided what you're gonna league start, DH? Nah, I'm not doing the Abyss here. I'm skipping all of these. Maybe I'm gonna do a few for the XP. Not quite. Yeah. I think the majority of us are in the same boat. Even people that are claiming that 100% they're starting something, they probably have like 2 or 3 alternatives in their mind. But yeah, we'll see. That's the exciting part of the new league, I guess. Is this a dead end? It is not. Okay, good. Good. Kinda don't want to kill the boss if possible. I think this is the exit. Yes, dude. Good stuff. I have 3 alternatives. Of course you do. Where are they? Druid human form, Druid bear form, Druid wolf, and Druid wyvern. Are these your choices? He's a main druid, by the way, guys. He's a main druid in any game that we play together, so that's why I'm teasing him like that. Why am I taking damage forever? Alright, I wanted the level, and since we are this deep into killing, we have some minutes to spare. We might as well try and get some XP and more items. Okay. We'll go here, then. We'll go here. 90 life is better than 50. Vine Arrow. Fire an arrow into the air that lands after a short delay, damaging an enemy, causing the plant to spring up in the impact of location. So this is another 3 business day thing. No, I don't have any life flasks. Okay, nothing big. We're out. We're out. Omega, thank you very much for the follow button. Welcome in. You got me. Confirmed. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Not bad. The damage now if I spam that. I have 2 or 3 alternatives, says Bandit, but in my heart, I want to go Wolf. And then he says, kinda. So it's literally what I said before. That even people that know what they want, don't know what they want. Got another one. Good shit. We're gonna keep on going. Projectiles, I think, yeah. Projectiles in here. Big poison damage, come on. Good. Good. I don't have time for this. I just want to clear the way. Yeah, too much time wasting. I need to skip them. It's a good XP, but I'm never gonna finish this. Is it past the... Please tell me it's not a dead end here. Or the Forgotten Riches. I don't want to see for... Oh my god, it's even worse. It's dead end. It's past the Abyssals, damn it. Oh lord. Here we go. Wait, that's a dead end. Whoop. See ya. Whoop. That's a dead end. What is this layer? No. Okay. Past it. Hello. Bro, move, dude. I cannot move past that small, tiny little guy. Since when? Shit. Bro, I hate this layout. I absolutely hate this map. I can never memorize what's happening. I need to be super lucky, or I need to recover the entirety of the map. Alright, I don't care about this, don't care about that, don't care about that. This. Oh my god. Since when does he almost one-shot you like that? I mean, since always, but I thought he wasn't facing me. Go poison, go poison. Yes, okay. She's dead. Robe, nice. Bracers, we don't care about that. Which means we get boom boom. Wait, I can't? Why? 11 intelligence. Well, shit. Oh, fine, Draven. I need to pause the timer and check out good support gems for this build. Cinemail! How you doing? Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to Scorpius Lair. Appreciate you. What's the third one? It has to be here. It has to be here. Not this side. Yes. Okay, we're going in. I'm pausing the timer. I want to check if anybody knows shit. Let me know for poison. I know Happy was going for poison. Yeah, the GG interview is in 50 minutes. Okay. We might actually watch it together. We'll see. So what are the abilities that we have? Vine Arrow. Okay. And Poison Burst Arrow. That's it. Toxic Growth. Escalating Poison. Can be affected by +1 poison from supported skills at the same time. Support skills have 20% less duration. Pierce. Prolonged duration. You know what? Let's just go with that. It sounds good. Escalating Poison. Come on, Draven. Come on, Draven. Be here. For absolutely no reason. Be here. Oh, whoa. Nope, of course he's not there. He's gonna be somewhere there that I skipped, isn't he? There's no chance I hit it from the first go. I thought that was it, damn it. I swear this layout could have been a lot better designed. I don't know if I'm the only one who has trouble with this shit, but it's annoying. The interview seems to be in 45 minutes, not 15. I don't think we said 15. We said 50. Maybe I said it weirdly. I don't know. It's 50, not 15. 50. Oh, of course you're here. Haha, your tree convinced me. I'm gonna make myself a hot chocolate. Didn't have one since last year. Let's go. That's the way. Alright, there you go. 2 poisons for Mr. Draven. 1, 2. There's no reason to use it again. Oh, okay, okay. So we need prolonged duration ASAP. Bro, this guy ain't kidding. I'm dead. I'm dead from his wife, by the way. His wife's ability. Pretty crazy duo, these guys. I need to memorize that. Happy Fire. I need to memorize that. I memorize so many different things, and this one I can never figure it out. I didn't even know what you just said. Alright, we dodge that. We dodge that. Keep going with the poison. I really want to take away the lightning stuff, but poison is just not enough at this point. Oh my god, look at that. 1 slap. How did I get hit? Oh my god. Bro, what is this? What are these swings? Holy shit, I was doing good. Poison is so underwhelming. It's insane. GGG. I really hope that you fixed poison now. I'll take those. Is that a thing, Cree Dog? Is everybody going ice crossbow? Why would I be going ice crossbow? Pathfinder twink better? Yeah, but this is 0.3, right? This is without the buffs on Pathfinder and poison stuff. So if we manage to do this quickly in 0.3, it's gonna be only easier in 0.4. Is how I'm thinking about this. And I'm dead here, probably. Yep. And he's got a knight for absolutely no reason, who's reflecting everything. And I don't have mana. Mana. He has to die from the poison. Yes. Okay. Jesus, you wasted my time. Basic attack, yeah, I was thinking about it. Some are, it makes campaign a walk in the park, but I don't know. Yeah, but it all depends on what you want to do afterwards, right? I mean, permafrost fragmentation is pretty good. We've tried that. It's a good time. ED Contagion is the fastest that I've done so far, the campaign. But I'm not gonna go ED Contagion. Okay, better gear. Better shit, let's go. Hello, can I sell this? No, thank you. Please take that. Lightning damage, attack speed. Maybe we can hit it. We already have one, so we can do that. And then this. No. Okay, you. Renly. What you have? No. We have a better one. We have a better one. Okay. And I don't have another one. That's crazy. The other two is simply always at the top quadrant, I see. So the other one is on the opposite side, and the other one is at the very top. Poison is better when you have access to the better support, like the support that increases damage based on the enemy bleeding. Wait, the RP. But I agree, it is underwhelming to start. Yeah, but I want to try it with the start. I know that support gems are doing pretty good for poison, but... So if I try and kill this guy only with poison... Don't one-shot me, thank you. Nope. Don't do it. It's gonna take forever. Take my vines, my dude. Whoop, the other way. Oh! Alright, got him. Hey, listen, slow or not slow, we managed to kill him, right? That's what counts. We're gonna double down, yeah? We're going double. Let's go. Instead of lightning rod, what's the poison burst on the ground you can add as well? That's like 2 or 3 level skill. This one, Vine Arrow, is the one that I'm using. Yeah, I'm doing my best here. Doing my best to make this shit work. It's not bad. I'm gonna need another support gem in just a second. Oh, we're going for another boss. Yeah, that's good. That's gonna help. That is gonna help. Let's go Pierce and Projectile. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't care about this. We're not trying to make profit here. As well to help. Oh yeah, keep it coming, Cynical. If you play the poison build, definitely keep it coming, bro. I just wanted to let you know that I'm getting everything poison-wise that I can get. Toxic Growth is later on. I don't think we're high enough level. Get yourself a dose of poison. There you go, my fellow Crowbell. Now I call it chill with hot chocolate. Hey, let's go, man. Enjoy. Ooh. Enjoy it. Yeah, jump all you want, bro. Poison, poison, poison. There you go. Look, like, bro, I really want poison to become meta. It's so cool, bro. I really love the HP, like as if there's a part of this health bar that's broken and the red liquid, which is their HP, is dripping away. You know what I mean? That's how it looks. Blue, 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 blue. You remember that, Icy? With a bleeding build. 1, 2 stack. Hit, 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 hit. What is that? Shocked. You also got shocked. Good shit. Whoop. Okay, he did. We're going back, chat. We're going back. We need to buy and sell stuff. So we get this shit. Go back. What was the name of that bleed one shot? Yeah, the rake. The rake bleed. Yeah. Blood hunt. Rake and blood hunt build. That's the build. With the bloop 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 bloop. That's what we were doing. Alright, Finn, I don't care, bro. Leave me alone. Alright, that's happening there. And this is gonna be happening here. Boom, 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 boom. Maximum energy, regen, cold, mana, life regen. We prefer that. We don't care about this. Melee, no. This, no. Tipped snipe. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Seriously, there's nothing? Do you have anything? +1 with fire, with accuracy. It's pretty good, but we have a decent chest. Nothing else here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What about these? Physical damage, critical. Damage with bows. Yeah, this is better. Give me that. You go in here. You go in here. This is meh. It's better than mine, though. So we'll keep going. I don't care about disenchanting, so we throw everything in the dumpster. Boom, 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 boom. Let's get back. Stomping Ground was so broken back then. True. True with Rake, yeah, but Blood Hunt was insane, bro. It was a very fun build. A 1-2 pa-pow. Pa-pow. Doop, 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 doop. Dead end. Bro, Poison Burst looks like an ability that it's pretty bad on its own, but it's gonna be insane if I go for something like multi-shot or Nova Projectile. I have no idea if people play with, like that with poison builds. I've never done poison. I'm just speculating. I don't even know if I might be terribly wrong, but I don't think people just do this and spam, right? Has to be something. Ricochet, maybe. Wait, let me pause. There's a big message here for poison. It might actually help. Pause. I got a Poison Pathfinder to maps this weekend, but I didn't play it the way you are right now. I used support gems and paid for an Ascendancy run. I focused on the passives that allowed me to stack poison, made me immune to poison, and magnitude of poison. Made clearing easy. Bosses have been a different story so far. Also using explosive arrow to explode the poison on the boss. I see. A magnitude of elements because it increased bleeding damage as well. I see. What about what I just said now, Sinister? Do you think the Nova Projectile is something good in a Poison Burst Arrow? Or Multi-Shot? Or Ricochet? Bandit is saying 35 minutes until the GG interview. Good. I'm having more fun now. I'm not bored out of my mind like the previous build. So I might actually stay and we can watch the interview together. If that's something of interest. I mean, it's a new interview. We gotta watch it. Just didn't know if I'm gonna do that on stream, but I think we can. Icy, can you change the title on the stream? Can you just type new interview? New interview today. Maybe something like that. So people understand. New interview, new GGG interview watch party today. That. Just add it in front of what I wrote, if you can, please. That's a dead end. Am I dead? No, I'm good. It's so underwhelming. Holy shit. So whoever said Pathfinder Poison is better as an alt whenever you have money to do it, I completely agree. For point 3. And my boy Happy actually started with this shit. And very quickly he changed away from it. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Like Cynical said, he played it with getting an ascendancy early on, with getting support gems and all that stuff, so it's a little bit easier through the campaign, but League Starter, it's a pain in the ass. And I am certain that if we go for Pathfinder, which actually doesn't really matter if we're going to go Pathfinder or Deadeye, if you start with a Ranger, then it's going to be the same old, man. It's going to be Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, for a couple of levels, maybe Stormcaller's Arrow, stuff like that, or people are gonna go X-Bows. Because this shit, I don't think it's buffed enough. Happy gave up, yeah. And it's melting everything. Yeah, but are you doing it in SSF, Viper? Are you doing it as a new league start? Just new league start. So you're not using any extra support gems or anything. It's whatever you found on the ground. When you say not SSF, what do you mean? Did you buy stuff? If you're buying stuff with previous currencies, then it doesn't count. But if you're not, let me know. I might need to take a peek on that build, see what I'm doing wrong. Because mine is definitely not melting everything. Using what I found. Oh, that's good, man. That's good. Alright. Where's the next one? Here. It's pointing this direction. Obviously, it's this direction. Need to make more low-level skill attractive? Oh, I couldn't agree more, yeah. More diversity at low levels, for sure. But I mean, if you think about it, a lot of the abilities, they are created with other abilities in mind. You know what I mean? So Poison Burst could be this insanely good ability later on that we don't know about because it's lacking its support gems, it's lacking the sister abilities that it gets. You know what I mean? Probably that's what's happening. And I'm stuck. I mean, the poison damage is not bad, but it just takes too long for ticking. No block chance, no magnitude of poison you inflict. There you go. Okay. Is there anything else poison-wise that I... Wait. Wait, poison is an ailment? No, right? Is poison an ailment? I don't think it is. Alright, we'll go for magnitude of poisons. Sure it is. Are you sure? I think ailments is just shock, freeze, ignite. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't have time to read. So check and let me know if it is. Okay, so it is. So I need that that earlier node there on the tree. The reason why I got confused there is because we were playing bleeding in point 2. And obviously we were getting the ailment stuff, but then they decided to change something and that's where they lost me because I haven't played poison or bleed. After that, I don't remember what changes they did, but they did some changes there. Kills damage over time. Yeah, sure. Okay. So it is. That means that we need to get vile wounds in a second. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Oh shit, I don't have any mana. Yeah, Carrie, just give me 1 second. I saw your chat over on YouTube as well, but I'm fighting the boss and we're on a timer, so just give me 1 sec. Alright, he did. Alright, I'll pause the time and read your comment. Carry? No, not really, man. Not necessarily. No. I don't know if chat has that. I don't know if anybody else in chat has that. Damage over 4 business days. Yeah, true. We'll send you an email. That's the kind of damage that we're dealing with, Zoopy. So... Poison Pathfinder League start. So far, I'm doing exactly the same thing as the guide, by the way. Yeah, obviously we're going with Plague Bearer. Obviously. Yeah, okay. So I'm honestly doing everything exactly as it has to be. Yeah, we're doing good. Thank you for that link, Viper. But I'm like it says you need to kill them with Rod and Lightning Arrow. That's what I'm doing. I'm adding some poison burst stuff here and there. Pathfinder, yeah, Dracarys, yeah. I'm trying to get rid of lightning arrow and shit. So we got plague bearer. Stores a portion of the poison damage you deal. Using this skill unleashes the stored poison to damage poison enemies around you. So you do press this, by the way. Yeah, it's a burst. Cool. Okay. So I would believe. I think I have a few more that I added there. Let me just go back real quick. I would believe that if this bursts around, that means that we need magnified area. So poison is an element, but unlike others, it is not elemental, but rather chaos. So 40% physical damage, 100% chaos if you have any. Yeah. All right, let me try this. And I would also assume that Plague Barrier is only for AoE. It's not for single target. I don't know how accurate my predictions are so far, but that's what I believe. Alright, let's go Finn here. Let's get this. And put the timer on. Hooded one. Refund passives. Yeah, I'm gonna refund. Because I want the poison stuff more. So we can try this. Chance to inflict ailments. Actually, no. This does not make sense to me. Chance to inflict ailments, no. Maybe this one. Yeah, the Vow Wounds is gonna be fine. Chance to inflict ailment. I mean, it's guaranteed. It's guaranteed for us to poison, right? So there's no point in that. Now I'm gonna stay exactly as I was. It's fine. You don't need it? Yeah. No, I was thinking about the 33% increased damage with hits against enemies affected by ailments. That sounds like a good deal. There is not a single ring inside. Renly, what do you have, my man? Nada. Nah, we're too slow. We wasted so much time. I did that, so we're done with this zone. I wasted so much time at Draven. Too much time. Oh, I didn't see them there. Wait, this shit is filling so slow. Found it. Okay. What was that? I need to catch up with the time. With the timer. This was a pretty decent run. And it got scuffed because of Draven. My fault, of course, but I'm stuck. Alright, we can get another level somewhere here. I need skills, I need support gems. Do we lose the charges that we have on the burst plaguey thing? If I don't fight for too long? No. So it's gonna wait for me. Okay, okay. So I can prep for the boss, I guess, or whatever. I don't think that's gonna deal too much for the boss. I guess it's just mapping. We need a little bit more for a level. Alright, the boss should be here. I'm gonna test it on the boss. Where's another pack? Give me a pack. Quick, 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 quick. We go magnitude of poison you inflict. Beautiful. Go back. We give this shit to Una. We get 2 more. For an open mana cost still works. Yeah, Wisp, but I think they're gonna nerf it even more. Come on. Poison duration, magnitude of poison. No, poison and yeah, magnitude on both. Good. Alright, here we... Oh, I lost it. Yeah. Got lost. Shit. If you go back, I guess. 12 minutes until the interview. Yeah. Keep reminding me, please. Keep reminding me so we can go there at least a minute or 2 before. So we can watch the interview together. Actually, I've seen worse damage. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen worse damage. And this is without support gems. Ooh. Actually, never mind. I take that back. It's pretty bad. We are indeed, Celestina, yeah. There's a brand new interview that's gonna go live in 10 minutes with Talkative Try and Jonathan, so we're actually gonna watch that. Holy shit. Bro, I feel that I'm in a raid boss in WoW. Made it just in time then, yeah. Come on. What do I have here? Escalating poison. Yeah, that makes sense. And then plague bearer. We could do magnified area. Sure. Sure, sure. You would have much fun with bosses and whirlwinds meet. Yeah, but I don't have time for that. Love that this game in couch co-op. My wife and I play it casual. We love it. Hopping from Act 5 to 6 soon. Nice. Congrats, you guys. That sounds really fun indeed. Really fun. Alright, let me pause. I need the restroom. How many minutes do we have? 8 more minutes. As good as in Wukong. Nice. Guess poison's going to be expensive this point 4. I guess so. A lot of people are gonna go. I don't know if people are gonna play it in the end game. But we'll see. Papa Lokes with a follow. Welcome in, brother. Yeah, there's a brand new interview that's about to start very soon. So let me just find it real quick. There we go. He's prepping. We're about to start. Papa Lokes with the Prime. Thank you so very much, my man. Thank you. You guys don't need the splits anymore. Alright, be right back, guys. Be right back. Restroom.
All right, it looks like we're gonna start right at 3. Okay, we got 7 minutes to go. Okay. Yep, we're starting right at 3 o'clock. All right, so we got 6 minutes, guys. Thanks for the shout out, DM. I appreciate it, man. Do we reverse shout out? Can we do that? Whoop. Gotta move that a little bit. Go. I take your shout out and I raise it with my shout out. Although we do not have as many viewers as you do. All right, so let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff, guys. We got a lot of stuff here. Somebody is in the document. I don't know who is in the document. Are the mods in the document? Oh my goodness. Big question from chat. Do I plan on finishing the campaign in 0.4? I don't know, guys. I don't know. We all know I've never finished the PoE 2 campaign.
What's happening?
Oh, it's not immortalized on YouTube many times over.
Are you guys good with the volume, by the way?
Here's a better question. Will I find Arbiter Citadels before level 93 this league? I think that's the better question.
Funky with a sub, tier 1. Thank you.
I really hope I can find some Arbiter Citadels before level 93. That's my one wish, okay? I hope my Atlas Seed is
I
great.
increased it a little
okay?
bit. Yeah,
That's what I
Bandit, it's a good time, actually. Yeah, you're right. 53 minutes of mana
Mirror
with
drop
the
this?
poison.
I
Not
do
bad.
not play enough to get a mirror drop now. No, there's no way.
Whoops. Let's send...
You need to visit the monolith to start the Citadel quest. Dude, I did finish the... No, there's no... No. No. Can we romance at Ziri in 0.4?
Let's send a nice
Maybe
little
that's a
positive
secret of your
message.
particular ascendancy. Gemling Legionnaire. Hi, Gazi. Say hi to the wifey. She is out with the kids right now. I have the home to myself. I can yell as loud as I'd like. Do I plan on completing Act 1? All right. All right. One sec, guys. Jonathan's calling.
Here we go.
Mute this. Hello, hello. Great. I have you muted right now. Wait, what's going on here? Why did I not have you populating for some reason? Let me grab you for a sec. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. How you doing today? Are you working remote today? Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Do you have a short commute or do you have a long one? Oh, that's nice. See? That's good. All right, let me carve you up and we'll get right started. There we go. Close chat as well because it's flying. All right, we're going to do an audio test and we'll get going. Here you go. Oh, all right. I just enabled your audio. You should be good to go.
All right. All good. All right.
How does he
See ya.
sound?
I'm Josh. Hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
We cannot hear. Good,
Oh.
good. Okay, they're good. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good? All right. All right. I think we are good to go then. Sweet. All right. I will do a little bit louder. All right. I'll do a little bit louder. I'll do it via Discord. Right here. All right. All right. Give me one more test for chat.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on PoE 2. That's what I normally say when I'm doing these.
Perfect.
True.
All right. Perfect. All right.
Here we
All right,
go.
I'll do a silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4.
Good start, Troy.
It was pushed
Good
to
start.
0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
Good.
We certainly could do
Question.
that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about, more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like one of the big things that we like, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and, change the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like, things where we're like, you know, we're unhappy with, you know, the current way it's working, that's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 041. Yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the, you know, the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then
Mm-hmm.
the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this
Mm-hmm.
new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the citadels, and I gotta say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the burning monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 031 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the in game is we've talked before about how we want to. Improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like, you know, the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you know, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then you know, get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that, like, you know, for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The sort of the challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a, you know, more of a storyline type, you know, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But you know, the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if like if people know exactly how this works, but um, uh, there are these like macro blocks in the you know, in the random algorithm that it uses, and
Okay.
within one of those we do guarantee uh, uh, actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels.
Oh,
So like it's kind
that's
of like
good.
it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where, like, you know, just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't
Yep,
really know. I mean,
yep,
they're not
yep.
obvious, right? That can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though you know, technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right.
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing
Sure, I
with the
mean that can
market
happen
and
as well,
stuff
of
like
course.
that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
hopefully with 0.5 we get you know, the improved, like more like you said,
I think
streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that, what the changes that are coming as far as like, you know, the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay. A few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here.
Hmm.
There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas, since there's, you know,
Hmm.
so many nodes and everything. Is there any
Banger
plan on
questions.
making that
Try
happen?
good. Yep.
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the Zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so you know, like. And honestly, at this point, I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. We can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like, it's not like too bad or anything. And people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do
Mhm.
you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these
Um,
things right now?
I don't usually,
Okay.
but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work, one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like, and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like, here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to, to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like, this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, yeah, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff.
That's a good change and a good call.
Kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
yeah, there's
PC,
something,
so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't, it's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, it's like, it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which, is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with that I added that long ago. And so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way
18
back then, you
years
have everything
old.
tracked.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. The massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't you'd just be able to do that.
Hmm.
Now, in PoE 2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE 1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal. And here, what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like there needs to be an element of like you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100. And I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing.
I agree
But like
100%.
we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do.
I agree.
But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, you know. Like if you're talking about like, you know, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in
Right.
a lot of those
Yes.
a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you you know, have a thing where yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, like, you know, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. You know, and it, like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We
Yeah.
just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself,
Or
then you
get
a little bit
good.
of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, you know, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious.
What he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
Yes,
like,
my
if
man.
I don't pick up an item, or if I just like don't, you know, while over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like, you know, having a chat to someone, playing the game,
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
People
you know,
can
that's
be
a bit of
brutal.
a
They can be brutal, dude. So I was
Right.
I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset
I
when you're
do,
testing.
yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go, like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA. Like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones like along like with bosses and things like that because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth, okay? 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps, okay? That was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile.
We subscribe, chat, so we're not going to see ads again, okay? I just subscribed to try.
There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like the problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at end game blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps?
Good question.
No, the number of rares is the same.
Good.
So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack. And that, by the way, like the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. Like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys
Yeah,
thought
so
about that?
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like like it's just like basically because but the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's
Okay.
going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Good.
Okay.
That's a good question as well. Nice.
All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to be engaged with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 031. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. The functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like just a couple of days ago we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like
they fixed this
performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together.
Thank you.
This is really easy to do. And like usually when we've
I said this from day one.
Situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing, and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam, and so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really, that just comes down to better balance and just improving, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, with like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing, because like look, I understand the desire for it, but the
Exactly,
I do think that
yeah.
it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer graphics.
Wow.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Wow. The
Nice.
detail,
All right.
dude.
So another brief density question here that people have asked about, and I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not.
It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
Go
one thing that's
higher than that.
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some
Right.
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give
Exactly,
me
Celestine,
like a
I know,
dissertation
I know.
on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like, it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like, I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like, I think it's capable of being balanced. Like, I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like, I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah, movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So.
It is normal speed, Creedog,
I mean, I don't
but it
necessarily
doesn't give
think
you the
that
penalty, so it
that the
feels
warrior has
faster,
the exact
and it
problem
is
with that. I think
faster
it's more just
because
that
of
you have
that.
the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druids have so much attention,
Let's do it.
the druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely, just because of the fact that it's had so much
There's
attention.
4.
Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context, and like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman. In order to get spirit as a as an animal, but then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit, so you kind of have to like 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 so like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a it makes that from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into. Just those
the passive tree is going to be
make sure that
insane,
there's the
chat.
options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the other
Yeah, I was
end
about to say Gazzy
when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in
reserve?
terms of the ones in terms of the ones that come with you, so you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Right. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15.
So
like
unearth.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you
and normal minions.
But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared
automatic
to
unearth though.
To make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet.
Oh wow! Imagine the damage.
Right.
By the way,
we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the #2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video of like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. Yeah, you just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So, at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that like the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there, and it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So you know, there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe. But there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite. In the game, which you have to do a big hit. Yeah. This is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you know, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, you know, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now. Okay. We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. Okay. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think I'm thinking the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
The
purple.
There would be a keystone where we could
Toothless
the same sort of thing.
is gone.
I'll have to think about that. You know, we were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like.
Wait, did he just say the Wind Blast is going to be able to generate charges?
Cool, thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of a skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range,
That's a good question.
moving
Very
while
good
attacking
question.
feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, if you, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving during while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do you know, like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily, because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just it's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like I as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right, so that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely free-form movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you know, you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I realize that I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, you know, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these, on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, you know, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you know, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, you know, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, you know, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like
Whoops.
just do more of that kind of thing.
Backfired.
You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention.
No, but there are 10 of them, and all 10 are at the warrior.
They do.
That's
they
a
do.
problem.
Yeah, there's not as many curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right,
Yep.
right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
We,
add
as
more
I said, I
damage.
think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Oh.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, you know, like it's just an interesting thing, once again, to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like, you know, I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
All right, now I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh,
here.
mounts
This is a good
confirmed, by
one
the
I'd
way.
like to hear you talk
Oh,
about,
shit.
especially considering we're getting the druid. So
Did he just confirm
last patch in
mount?
0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0102. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 04, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, you know, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like, I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like. It didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of, you know, we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things is really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this
here we go.
with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, And I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna. There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that, so that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though because can seem trivial, like oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it
What?
affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
2 follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like, there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, the sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
Path of
POB?
building?
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path
Okay,
of
I don't
building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's 2 things I'm adding
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the
Interesting,
changes
his
I've heard
reaction to rarity.
this patch reduced
Confused me
its
even more.
values on gear. Wouldn't
Yeah.
that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse, or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get 1 mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do, but I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like okay, like I can see this is having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally
For
Path of
endgame.
Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like
Smart.
looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Had there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4?
Yeah, abyssals.
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like, we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got this sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop like that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do have different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more, the things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it
yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean the intention was to scale it to end game, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish
fill up the whole temple,
and build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic, and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, but like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look head for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues in really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this
Right.
stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. It has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah.
With
So I
Abyss.
mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on.
Nice.
Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the end game core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
You need one to do the other.
It
I
wasn't
think.
necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league, so like that's just mandatory. So really, it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself.
Yeah, cynical.
Curious about the release in China. The official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys?
That's a good question, but I would prefer if it was a generic question instead of one.
Yeah, I don't really.
It's a
I
good
honestly
question.
don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and it's still ongoing as well. But like it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things.
Mm-hmm.
A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark is often will say, you know, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could literally spend, he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So you know, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see
Yeah.
almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback?
Stormweaver Chrono.
How should people
yeah,
get their
and-
feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one.
Oh,
But
okay.
from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, you know, he's the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played? Is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you, what happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan,
Class
or is that
diversity.
something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shapeshifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shapeshifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shapeshifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shapeshifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shapeshifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? Is there a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a
much harder.
particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that just
Yeah,
didn't
so
make-
definitely the plant monster. It
The
was
plant.
really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like just like feel to
Oh,
it.
wow.
I mean, it was a similar. It was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. You know, like we're like, you're going to be what you're going to be
Nice.
like Bramblegast.
That
and
would have
it's,
been
like,
cool.
walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So
Right.
you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean,
about
I was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I was actually, no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class, and I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the
Why
watering
ranger?
features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some
Yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
What?
Okay.
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds?
The
People have something to chase after and fight?
the problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. As I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how
Right.
exactly
So
it works?
it's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing.
Yeah, it's, I don't think it's a big deal.
It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the
Lightning rod.
effects, and then the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there
Yeah,
a
we can probably sort that out. Like I,
Oh, okay.
I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. And actually, I actually brought it up.
Good.
Like yesterday.
Are we
with
getting
someone,
it?
So we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah.
But I'll see.
Nice.
I'll check out on that.
Okay,
Yes,
But yeah,
dude.
I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So, the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get, and to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up.
Right.
So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seating.
Well, what
base
more
life,
mostly
and
is
stuff.
was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be, and
Yeah.
like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot,
Okay.
just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive
Hmm.
tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any? Oh, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial? I know we spoke about a few months ago.
Hmm.
So like the new players, so they know, like I do. Oh, well, just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon
Right.
upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler. You're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you
So
would love
tutorials.
to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious.
Yes.
I would sort
dude.
of hope that people don't need to know
Yes,
about the
dude.
fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're
Yeah,
there,
that's
right?
not
It should
needed,
be
it's fine.
relatively clear. Like
Sure.
that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that can kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be
Agreed,
the thing.
100%.
Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But
Good.
I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it, and the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map, and so that might be more we'd want to push people towards because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. And we've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Hmm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting and we had the special
Hmm.
lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led
Hmm.
a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste
Hmm.
them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You go to PoE2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. Are you
So
interacting
I
with
guess
the
there's a
UI too
couple of
much or something? Or
So there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that that doesn't feel wrong.
Mhm.
We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better in situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the
Right.
case.
Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people
Right.
are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember
Right.
I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So
Right.
sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
Right.
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just
They go
sort that out.
balanced, probably, yeah.
Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE 2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the Pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other
Okay.
than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure.
All right.
When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to
Oh shit! Yeah, that's the one that I wanted, the kill count.
Let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I'd buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like. Look, it really is case by case, but like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So, yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't.
That's a good solution.
Before, kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered. So I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah,
next year,
not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Never gonna happen.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
Like, I guess I could imagine and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that, or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know. Like, there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like, we're gonna have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like, I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways for. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because like. So in PoE1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensical way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is gonna be so
Nothing
busted,
comes
and
to
then
mind, unfortunately.
the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE2.
Yep.
Is there any status on that? Is that still
I
coming?
don't know the status for it, but it still is planned.
Okay.
So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it. Because some people
Right,
have
okay.
really fat fingers and
Right.
they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
Okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this
Mhm.
one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys
been since
want to
point
add?
I
One
mean,
win.
at some point probably, but
Okay.
unfortunately
Not
not
now.
really on the
Okay.
cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers for PoE2?
I'd actually prefer not because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look.
Okay.
So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not
Okay.
not a huge fan of.
okay? All right. For all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
good.
I
acolyte?
Raise
don't
the
have a
question.
specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so
Yeah.
that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting your shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time. Or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help.
So
Yeah, if you
my
get a really
short
long scene
video on
there,
how to fix your stutter has been approved by Jonathan.
Shaders need to load, but you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So,
Right.
yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday,
Yeah.
guys. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
And
Ask about training dummy.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
like that.
Training
This
dummy.
one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your
Ooh.
philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be,
So we're never getting it.
I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's
Yeah,
still
it's
in
the
New
whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But you
Oh.
know, like maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and you know, like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But
Uh,
I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him
you
in the
did?
end, and then he was on board. So
Okay,
yeah.
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on
Yeah.
good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you
wasn't
or
on my
Sony.
radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar
Oh.
at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity
Okay.
filtered
I'm
on.
like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm
Oh.
like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
Yeah. I don't know. People
Yeah.
they don't like seeing swear words, I guess. They're like me.
Sure. I mean, well, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Oh, cool.
That's because you know the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the like different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that like there are like all the skills have something for the Druid, like right off the bat this time. Which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak
So,
a bear form MTX? Is there like a panda?
unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. Two more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to at Zeri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on
For
your end?
sure. For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Atzeri, so there was also this whole, like, everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like, a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with, like, the trailer and everything as well. So, yeah, that was a big one for sure. So, yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got, like, a pretty awesome version of Atzeri for the... that kind of like lives up to what we were.
Chat, don't forget, they're still boys.
What people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says at Zeri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean? Communing with the beast.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and Atzeri in the game to find that out. But yeah, you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Zeri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as we people expect in the league.
I'm sure
launch.
there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah, server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it? I'm afraid I had to close chat at one point.
Oh
I
yeah.
had to close chat at one point, so that's all I'll say. Did you guys enjoy it? Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I thought that was good. The close out of everything. Chat was freaking me out a little bit. Goodness gracious, guys. What happened during the interview? Wow. Wowee. Oh, all right. Yeah, that was a good chat. I am a little, I don't know. I'm a little different. I know people are probably like, oh my gosh, we're talking about game design stuff. What's going on? Don't talk about game design stuff. Try to do a good mix because it's so interesting to hear the thoughts and what he ended up doing. What they ended up doing. Thanks
Good
for
shit,
the membership, bro.
W try, man. That was a good interview. So the game has been updated, apparently. Anyway, some thoughts and stuff from my side. Let me just think real quick here. What was a big one? So they did say that rarity of items will be reduced, the numbers on the mods, plus the cap, according to Jonathan. What confused me the most is he said, so Try said I had 0% rarity, and Jonathan said, yeah, that's fine. It's not needed. Why? That confused me. They want to remove it altogether. Remove it altogether and bring in an alternative. That's for rarity on items. No wallpaper. Why? Because whenever I record my videos, I have this. This is a teleprompter. And if I have a wallpaper, the wallpaper hits the mirror, which reflects to the teleprompter, which reflects to my face. But yeah, anyway, this confused me. This really confused me. Where's the music? Jonathan's on copium on this one, and they keep repeating that people don't know how it works, and there are a lot of false information. They also said that they don't want to share how it works. Yeah, Sinister, maybe I can interpret it the way that you're saying. So what Sinister is saying, that Jonathan meant this, that if you're a casual, you shouldn't care about more than 0% or stacking it. You're not going to need it. But I mean, it's not very clear. I don't know. Last interview, I was convinced that they have no idea what it does. Or, not that they don't know what it does, but I mean, imagine you create something, right? You created test subject A, and then you did subject B, then you did subject C, then B plus C, then C plus B, then you did A plus B, so imagine all of these things. You see what I mean? You see what I'm trying to say here? you create something, and then you create something else, another layer, and then you start having, different layers of things that stack with each other into a formula, and then you've got like 27 subjects later and formulas later, it equals to this. And even though you know what this is, it's very simple. This could very well mean give them a percentage that drops, that increases, drops. But now it's completely blurred. You know what I mean? They keep repeating that people don't know, and you're saying the people, they mean fact, the GGG team? I don't know, man. Maybe we're looking at this wrong. Everything has a loot table and drops gear. Rarity just affects the mods on said gear. So if you have 0, the mod still has the same loot table. You're just going to use crafting resources. Yeah, but what about currency drops from rarity? I keep saying remove currency from the rarity mods. Let's see what they're going to come up. So this is something that confuses me. Is there something important that I'm forgetting here? So death recap. Nothing. Training dummy. Nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, I see. See ya, Celestina. Have a good one. Yeah, I think it's my time as well, chat. Mrs. Scorp went to bed, so I need to chill. I think I'm going to watch the interview again and just take the bits and pieces, the most important ones. And I'm going to create a video tomorrow, so you guys don't need to watch the whole 2.5 hours. So you can just see the bullet points of the most important things that they said. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Anyway. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to see you tomorrow, guys. Yeah? Thank you very much for tuning in. We did 7 hours of stream. Not bad, not bad. We started pretty late. So, I need to understand some stuff. Yeah. I'm just going to cut out the fluff. Anyway, have a good day. Have a good night. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you all. Peace out, guys, yeah? See ya, chat. Bye-bye, YouTube's Twitch.